All right, good morning again. We're going to get started in 1 minute. What you see here on the screen is a link and a QR code to take the pre-workshop survey if you have not already had an opportunity to do so. The link is also in the chat, and you can scan the QR code to access the survey. If you've already taken the survey, please don't submit a second response. We're just looking for one response per participant. And thank you to those of you who were able to complete the survey ahead of time. All right, and it looks like we are slowing down on new entrants, so we'll go ahead and move along. Serena, if you could just drop the survey link one more time in the chat, and then we'll shift to the next slide. Great. So welcome. In case this is not where you're supposed to be, this is workshop number 2 in the high DER future grid study. If this is not where you intended to be, you're welcome to stay. If you'd like to do something else with your day, please go ahead and exit when you'd like, but we're happy to have you all here. Serena, next slide. Just as a refresher, today is workshop 2 in a set of 3. So we had our first workshop back in February, where we worked on identifying the operational needs for a high DER future. Today, we are working on a gap assessment. So based on those needs that were identified in workshop 1, what are the gaps between current utility operations and future grid needs? And then we hope that you can all join us for workshop 3 in April, where we will develop recommendations for achieving that future grid. At the end of the workshop series, we will take all the content produced from the workshop series and assemble it into the future grid study, which will be a compilation of needs, gaps, barriers, and required actions. And then once that is completed, parties will have an opportunity to provide comment on that future grid study, which will go into the official proceeding record. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned today, we are in workshop 2. We are going to start out our day spending about an hour and a half reviewing the operational needs that were identified in workshop 1 and having a bit of discussion about those needs. In the latter half of the day after lunch, we'll be working on our gap assessment. And so the workshop question, as outlined in the scoping memo for this track, is what are the existing gaps and barriers in achieving the needs identified above, meaning within the operational needs assessment in workshop 1, within our current distribution system operator. We'll then have some more time for discussion and get ready for workshop number 3, where we will try to develop potential solutions in overcoming those barriers. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of how we will be spending our time today. We'll start off with some brief remarks from the commissioner. We will spend about an hour, just over an hour, talking about the operational needs that were identified in workshop 1 and having discussion on priority needs. We'll break for lunch for 30 minutes and then come back to really dig into the workshop 2 question, which is the gap assessment. We'll start off with a utility panel with time for Q&A, move into an advocate panel, again with time for Q&A, finish up with about 45 minutes of discussion, and then close out our day around 5 p.m. So I appreciate y'all sticking with us. We know it's a long day, but we have breaks throughout, and obviously, take your own breaks as you need them. But we look forward to your participation and appreciate your stamina. Next slide, please. So again, just another plug. I think we've had a few more folks come in. If you did not already have an opportunity to complete the pre-workshop survey, please do so now. QR code on the screen will take you there, as will the link that Serena has put in the chat. Today's presentations and workshop are being recorded, and the recording will be available on Gridworks initiative page for the future grid study. The link is here, and we'll be circulating materials after the workshop as well. We want you to participate actively. So primarily for question and answer and discussion, we'll be using Zoom. So you can raise your hand, you can use the chat. And then if you were with us in workshop 1, you'll recall that we used an external tool called Slido. We'll be using that again, but simply to collect answers to the workshop question. And then finally, we will be preparing a summary of this workshop, and that will be distributed prior to workshop 3. Next slide, please. Yeah, again, so here's just a reminder. So we'll be using Slido to collect answers to the gap assessment or to help build the gap assessment. And then otherwise, we'll primarily be using Zoom, the Zoom chat for questions for our speaker. If you have any technical needs, you can use the Zoom chat as well. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. And then unless you are speaking, please stay on mute to minimize any noise, background noise. All right, great. I will at this moment turn things over to Commissioner Houck. Serena, you can stop sharing your screen. And Commissioner Houck, welcome.
Hi, welcome everyone. Really excited about the second workshop. I think we heard a lot of good information in the first workshop, a lot of great feedback from folks, and looking forward to hearing some of the information today. I'll be here for the first hour and then we'll be watching the recording and look forward to the presentations and again getting the feedback from all of you that are listening. And again, this is an important issue that we're looking at, and today's topic in regards to filling the gaps, I think we'll get a lot of good information. And with that, I will turn it back over to Gridworks to run the rest of the workshop.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, and with that, I'm going to pass things over to my colleague Jay Griffin to get us started. And Serena, I think we need our slides again.
There we go. Thank you, Neha, and thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. Look forward to our discussion today. And as Neha alluded to, we're going to start first with a brief recap of what we summarized and heard from our last meeting. Serena, if you can go forward. This information was sent out in the summary notes of the workshop. And what we've done is work through all the different presentations, all the different party, utility, ISO, and thought leader presentations, as well as all of the comments that were submitted in the chat and Slido, and categorized, what people had identified in that meeting as what they see are the operational needs in a high DER future. And we've categorized those into the 10 different topics here, understanding there is some overlap, but we wanted to be representative of the different feedback that we got. And so looking at our list here, you can see a couple different versions of visibility of DERs to both the distribution and transmission system operators, category, number of functions needed for DER dispatchability and control, planning and forecasting needs that can feed into the actual real-time operations. I think I just want to clarify that it's not just the planning and forecasting, but it's how that information is updated and improved and used in the actual operations of the systems. Reliability coordination between transmission and distribution operators, the DER technical performance standards, and I think this really focuses on particularly smart inverter functions, both present and future. Cybersecurity was raised as an ongoing concern. And these last 3 topics in particular, I think were reflective of the presentations from the various different advocates and party participants here. So generally speaking, there was a lot of focus on open access to the distribution system, having a layered architecture of the distribution system, starting from the customer, the premise load level, working up to the operators, and then a future where the system is animating distribution, or establishing distribution level markets, and granular pricing for customers and different end use devices. And so we wanted to bring forward that we saw this as the summary of the key topics that folks had raised in our first workshop. Again, I wanted to clarify this. This does reflect, again, we're trying to stay representative of the feedback that was received by the workshop. And this presents, what the participants said. So we'll ask in a little bit if folks see need for other items on here. And today's workshop will discuss this further, and then in the second half, we'll get into where people see gaps. So Serena, if we can go forward, the next slide. What we also did in the lead up to this workshop is send folks the pre-workshop survey and refresh that again this morning. So if you look at the two graphs here, these show the responses for each of these 10 topics, and each graph reflects a separate question. The first one is, please rank the importance of each of these operational needs. And then the second set of graphs, on the bottom, this asks a question asking you to look at the urgency. So first question, how important this is to you, and then second, how quickly does this need to happen? And so I believe a pre-workshop we had about 21 responses overall. Hopefully we'll hear some more this morning. And if you look broadly, I think there's a couple of key messages, and I've highlighted in bold here. I think what we see are the three high importance, but also urgent operational needs. And so if we look on the far left, there was a lot of common expression that DER visibility to the distribution system operator is both of high importance and short-term need. The second kind of high-ranked operational need here is the DER dispatchability control. Again, this was ranked as something as high importance, but also a near-term, short-term need. And then the third one that jumped out at us in looking at the results is open access to the distribution system. And these, if you look at the yellow bars, those are reflecting both high importance as well as a emphasis on a short-term need, and collectively both had ranked high in each of these questions. So I think first we wanted to share with you what we heard from you, and then have some discussion questions here to further flesh out what we saw both in the first workshop and this initial attempt at hearing your priorities for each of these operational needs. So Serena, if we can step forward one. We wanted to pose these to the group, and please do not be shy in stepping forward and responding either by chat or by speaking up. And so first question is, if these are among your top priorities, please share why. Let's see. Sam had a question on, sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I see a question in the chat, or a comment in the chat from Sam White saying that DER dispatchability and control appeared tied for fourth place, not second. Yeah, I mean, this was just our quick visual read of the information. I think more than these are certainly not official rankings of these needs, and we're continuing to get responses to the pre-workshop survey in this moment. So I think rather than focusing on the exact order of the needs, we'd just love to have a discussion now as to if any of these were also your top priorities. We'd love to have you share why, and if there's something in here that didn't make that top 3 list that you believe is a top priority, we'd also love to hear why.
Maybe let's start with the one that seemed to have the most convergence on the DER visibility to distribution system operators. Maybe folks that have expressed that or strongly believe that that's a high priority. Can you please provide further feedback and perspective? Okay, got a quiet group this morning.
Maybe it'll be helpful. I'm gonna put these questions in the chat and we can bop back to our
The graph, people
new
try to,
graphics
yeah.
to help folks.
Won't ask if the graphs be updated. I think we were just talking about that. I think folks that responded this morning will look at providing that information as well. We didn't have the time to update that immediately, but certainly in the meeting summary. Thank you, Kevin. Please go ahead.
Hi there. I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
Hey, hey everyone, this is Kevin Head. I'm with the California ISO. Just want to give another plug for the importance of DER visibility to the ISO. You know, happy to work with folks on this, but in terms of why we believe it's important, we view it as important from a reliability perspective. For us, we have to project short-term energy demand throughout the day, and understanding when we can expect distributed energy resources to either start reducing their load or providing additional supply is important for us to know whether we'll have at the system level energy shortfalls or if we'll have sufficient energy. And it's also important from a market operations perspective to ensure that the ISO can help keep prices as low as possible for consumers. You know, for example, if we have uncertainty about how much energy demand there will be later in the day, we might have to start up some longer start gas generating resources, for example, and have those ready to be available to provide additional energy. But you know, if we have sufficient information about the availability of distributed energy resources, we can maybe limit the need to start up those resources ahead of time. So, you know, just pushing for, you know, greater consideration for DER visibility to the ISO, and not see this as a longer term issue, but it's something that we see as a short term or a medium term issue as well. So thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Great. I see a couple other raised hands. Tam, can you come off mute? And just a reminder, you can also put your comments and questions in the chat. No need to wait to raise your hand.
Great. Good morning, Tam Hunt, Green Power Institute. Actually, I have a question for the Cal ISO speaker. I'm sorry, I missed your name there. My understanding was that, as you just said, this is more of a long-term issue for Cal ISO, because obviously Cal ISO's purview is transmission level generation, not distribution level generation. It sounds like you're saying, even though that is the case, the dialogue between distribution level and transmission level requires, even now, that Cal ISO have better visibility. I guess my question is, could you flesh it out a bit more? And is it not the case that the IOUs provide the information to Cal ISO? Are you saying Cal ISO needs to have a more direct line of visibility to DERs? Could you flesh it out a bit?
Yeah, so I think there were two questions. One is, why do we think it's a, you know, short and medium term issue rather than a longer term issue? And then two, the question is there some data sharing that's happening with the IOUs today? Did I get that right, Tam? And the name's Kevin Head.
That is correct. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah. So in terms of short term and medium term, you know, maybe I agree with you to some point that maybe it's more of a medium term, just because the penetration of DERs isn't as big. But even now, you know, we have a huge impact of rooftop solar on our market, and we have fortunately a really good platform that we use to share that data. I think it's called DG Stats. So, you know, just looking towards solutioning, which we'll get to maybe in a different meeting or later today, having a similar type platform for other distributed energy resources would be where we'd like to land. But for rooftop solar today, it's crucial that we have that detailed real-time data provided to us for short-term reliability needs. And in terms of the data sharing between the ISO and the IOUs, we do have some data sharing there, but we encourage that to continue to be fleshed out and make it more automated rather than kind of the current process. So hope that's helpful. I'm not sure I really fleshed it out further, but yeah.
That is, yeah. And just a quick follow-up question. So GPI certainly supports further automation. This seems a very good candidate for automation almost across the board. A quick follow-up question is in relation to backfeed. So you kind of highlighted the need to bring online more generation, but I'm asking now about kind of the flip side of that. Is that when is more DER than expected, perhaps? There's been a long discussion about the possibility of backfeed from distribution grid to transmission grid. Can you maybe speak for a second about how big an issue that is? Or is natural voltage differences enough to prevent actual backfeed?
Yeah, good question. To be honest, from what I'm hearing, backfeed currently is not an issue that we see at this time. But I'm happy to maybe if we submit comments to this, flesh that out a bit further.
Thank you.
Great.
Can I shift the conversation for a second back? I think this was a good start, and I think we want to get some perspectives of the distribution system operator on this topic as well, since it was ranked fairly high in this first category. So possible to get some of the IOU folks to weigh in on how you see this as a important near-term high priority need. Trying to look through the list here, who we have lined up.
Jay, in the meantime, I think I have another question from the chat or comment from the chat that Kevin might also be able to address. So comment in the chat from Sam White, noting that I understand why CAISO should have visibility and bid forecasting of net substation load, but not necessarily the details below the substation level. Kevin, I'm wondering if you're able to speak to that.
Yeah, I think we might be getting maybe a little ahead of where we're going to be talking about gaps, but to be honest, I'm not sure I can respond back to that question right now. Let me circle back with some internal folks and get back to you on that. Thanks for the question.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, I know I saw we had another hand up. Going back through what I can see. Somebody had raised their hand earlier. Ali.
Yeah, just the comment in the chat box, I think what I was going to comment on. I think having visibility and forecast for DERs for very critical for distribution and the ISO operators. However, at the ISO, I was going to comment that perhaps the visibility at the substation level, at the aggregation level, including also the forecast forward, is very critical. Whether ISO needs visibility to individual DERs, that's an open item. However, the aggregated values at the substation level, at the seams between distribution and transmission, are very critical, and that's a high priority.
Sorry, I know, we had another comment here from Robert Perry. Robert, do you want to come online and share your perspective?
Yeah. Or just comment because top three categories are very important. It seems that the last two, layered system architecture, articulating, I would use articulating distribution level markets and granular pricing, really set context for how PRs be visible, dispatchable, how to create an open access market within the distribution system. So I think all of these routes in tandem, and would caution against taking a linear approach, identifying the top three and working on those first, focusing on these other ones because they're all related. Right. Thanks.
Thanks, Robert. I know, at least for me, the audio is a little challenging. I don't know if you want to type some of that into the chat, so we can make sure that's
Not my
represented
audio,
well.
it's my voice. Apologies.
Apologies.
Sorry.
Michael, you have your Michael Berrigan. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, it's Berrigan. Thanks, Jay. So Michael Berrigan here with SEE. I know, Jay, you were looking for some responses from the DSO folks on the importance of DER visibility to distribution system operator. To me, I mean, this is pretty foundational in terms of realizing the capabilities that we were discussing in workshop 1. We need the ability to see how these DERs are performing, how they've been performing historically, at the moment, how they're projected to forecast. Without that visibility and understanding of how the DERs are performing, did I happen to get muted there at some point?
We lost you at the key moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you left us hanging right as you're about to hit the punchline.
Oh, well, essentially what I was saying is the the DER visibility is a foundational component.
Process or maybe some widget, we're adding to the transmission system to add some incremental.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, Michael, you've been patient
okay.
here.
Third time's a charm.
Third, exactly.
Yeah. So, the DER performance visibility, how they are producing, how they have performed historically, that's going to feed into your short-term forecasting. That's going to feed into your advanced grid analytics. So it is a very vital input for those things. And then, for scheduling and dispatching, without that visibility, we won't be able to tell if the DERs are performing in response to the schedules that we've sent them. So, I mean, I can't agree more that DER visibility to the DSO is one of the highest, if not the highest priority here.
Okay, well, thanks for weighing in. Any the other colleagues from the other IOUs want to share their perspective? We heard SEE, folks from PG&E or SDG&E.
Alex Portilla here from Pacific Gas and Electric. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks, Alex.
Great. I would just say, to build on Michael's point, full in agreement that this is foundational. And I would just add as well, I think the reason why it hasn't come up, historically, is with solar, you can forecast it, so you don't need necessarily to limit it. I think where this becomes increasingly important is when these DERs are dynamically managed. So in particular, if they're participating in some sort of load management or market participating program, that's where it becomes difficult to model and forecast. And that's where that is a gap today, is that we don't have visibility into the types of programs or the types of dispatches that DERs might be. In particular, I think it gets more important with storage and flexible loads. How they're being managed is important, because that impacts our forecast and obviously the as-is state on the system.
Thank you. We have Kirsten now. Thank you.
All right, everyone, Kirsten Peterson from SDG&E. And just really quick add on that, another area where this visibility is extremely important is even from the our current operator perspective of having that situational awareness on the grid. These are a major impact, the large DERs especially, to our distribution system operators, the ones actually doing the switching of our devices, to know what is the true load, what to anticipate, the loading situation to be on any circuit when we are planning things like cutovers and normal switching operations that are a lot more straightforward if you are in a single direction power flow. So both from our tools perspective, getting that visibility, but then also from like getting useful data that we can make operational decisions off of.
Thank you, Kirsten. And Gabe, you had perspective you want to share?
Yeah, glad to see that there are some hands being raised. I was sort of putting mine up as a backup. If when there's a quiet moment, I'll chime in. But I'm glad to see that DR visibility is getting good feedback as a priority. It seems foundational to so many of the near-term use cases that are in development and under discussion in a number of proceedings, such as ours and the smart inverter operationalization working group, and the idea of DER orchestration. So it seems like it is foundational, but it also seems like it's foundational to planning as well, because it provides the ability to have more granular forecasting. So I just wanted to chime in and say, I'm glad to see this as getting a fair amount of attention. Thanks.
Thanks for we may call on you as a backstop in a little bit again, so be prepared. And thanks, Gabe. Ali, you had your hand up, and I think you had your hand up earlier, so I apologize if I missed that.
Hi, my name is Ali DiTrio with the Microgrid Resources Coalition and Reimagine Power. I apologize in advance if this was covered already, because I missed the first 5-10 minutes of the call, and I saw that someone had pivoted the conversation, so I didn't want to derail things. 2 questions. One on Tam's. I think Tam made the point earlier about something about backfeed and kind of how real that concern was, given kind of the advanced technologies that we have today with the grid. I wanted to ask, in terms of any sort of power flow modeling that may or may not have been done, or that might be done as as part of this initiative, whether or not anyone had explored the concept of Kirchhoff's current law, which is based on the law of conservation of energy and physics, where load, like a load flows to serve electricity flows to serve the least resistive load. And so there's some really interesting, I think, things to think through with this concept of layered grid architecture, and how the power flows actually work on the distribution system, where if you have a generator in one location, it serves that on-site load to the extent that there is, and then would flow to serve the next least resistive load, which is often either the load next door or whatever on a feeder or circuit. So I wanted to to have a better understanding of whether that is being considered in some of these priorities here, and if so, how that would be incorporated into this kind of overarching proceeding, and whether or not stakeholders would be able to provide evidence and testimony to that effect to help inform the priorities of this proceeding.
Okay, let me try and unpack that. That was a lot to process here. So I think process-wise, I think if you go back to the presentation in the first workshop and at the very top here, we had 3 workshops. Gridworks will then be preparing the future grid study that summarizes this work and presents some recommendations to the commission, which parties will then have more formal opportunity to provide comment on. So I think process-wise, that's where we're headed here. I think some of your question gets into the physics behind layered system architecture. I mean, I think how generation is going to flow to other loads, and then further up into from the distribution system, the transmission system. I'm not sure who did you want to pose your question to?
Perhaps it's the CPUC or Gridworks, whoever might be doing the power, I guess the question is, where is power flow modeling going to be in housed within this proceeding? Where is that going to be addressed? And then two, has that been scoped or has that been considered as part of that, whether it's part of the proceeding and, evidentiary hearings or a round of comments or anything else? So I guess for Gridworks, is this something that's been talked about or considered as part of power flow mapping and DER visibility and layered architecture? And if not, where could that kind of issue be inserted into the scope so that stakeholders can provide evidence and testimony to help inform some of the results of this proceeding?
Okay, thanks, Al. I think first I'm going to ask you to re-ask this question during the utilities panel. I think what you're going to see there, my read of some of their planned upgrades there for ADMS in particular, and some of the DERM systems, they're going to be building out new IT systems to support the high DER future, power flow modeling as it relates to, a whole host of issues, is my understanding, integral to how those systems work. So I think there'll be opportunities there to, I think pose that question to the group, how the layered system that you're asking for, how representative are those models going to be? So I think we can take that up, and there's quite a bit of material that the IOUs have put together on that topic. Let's see. I want to go down to Richard. I think it was Richard Cole. You had put a question in there, comment in the chat here if you want to come online and further discuss or offer your thoughts here.
Yeah, it's Richard here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear.
Yeah. I was just responding to Robert Perry's question, and I see he's responded to me in the chat now. I was really just questioning why. I mean, certainly the things that Robert has mentioned, including DER visibility and DER dispatchability and control, look important. I guess I was just trying to understand why we had to get to a market first before we could try to work towards those things. That was all. And I'm from Cal Advocates.
Okay. Sam, you have your hand up. Is that a response to the comment or something else you want to offer?
No, that was just a next piece, if there's other response.
I'm not sure we had another response. Alicia?
Hi, this is Alicia Vinoy from Ohm Connect. I just wanted to go back to the discussion earlier about the DER visibility to the ISO. And I think it's an important distinction to make between DERs that are participating directly with the utility versus DERs that might be participating with an aggregator, and whether a DER is responding to a market signal or a distribution level signal. So I think it is important to have visibility at all levels and also to enable participation for DERs to qualify as resource adequacy going forward in the future. I know that's a really loaded statement for this group, and there's a lot of work to be done on that front, but very important to consider nonetheless.
Thanks for sharing that additional feedback. I think, Sam, if we want to take up your thoughts now.
Sure. Just following up on the related conversation, and I also sympathize with you at first with the slow response, because I think probably everyone on the call has a pretty good understanding why most everything listed is important, and almost nothing is listed that was given a low level of importance. So, but connecting the issue of DER visibility and layered architecture together. When we talk about DER visibility, I think it's important for us to understand the different degrees or qualities of visibility. It is clear, I think everyone will agree, that we need to understand, what the grid is doing and how it's operating. But the timescale for different pieces of information varies, and the granularity of different information varies as we go forward. That's why I raised the question before of, does the ISO need to know, what is happening in aggregate on the distribution system versus what's happening to each individual resource on the distribution system. Clearly, it needs to know what's happening in aggregate. For the distribution operator, it needs to know what's happening on its grid, how it's performing. And the concept of layered architecture is having the information at the degree of granularity and the degree of aggregation which is relevant for operation, so that you don't have to know what every water heater is doing at every moment as an electric water heater, or what every EV is doing. But you do need to know if it's operating within range, or how it's going to potentially be an issue within any level of granularity, in the secondary as well as the level, as well as any line section of each circuit. You need to know what's happening at that level. And you need to know in the right frame of time. Now, whether an individual resource or individual DER responded is less relevant than whether they responded as a group in the right way. You will need to know whether an individual one responded, in terms of any compensation or market participation. But that's not something you need in real time. That's something that you can take, in any time the next day or so of meter reading from it. So when we talk about visibility, just to be clear that we're talking about different degrees of granularity which are necessary, and different timescales of visibility which are necessary. And depending on the need of the operation, it's either greater or lesser.
No, thanks. I definitely appreciate that. Any other people have reactions to Sam's feedback here? Maybe I can shift the focus on, I think one of the other high priority needs here was to identify the open access to the distribution system. I think for the folks that have voted for that, or see that as a high priority, anyone want to speak up here? We have an active chat on physics of power flow distribution. So I think they'll be interesting to take up as we get into some of the advanced modeling that the utilities are going to be presenting to us in the next round. Does anyone else want to weigh in on your reflections, responses to the high priority needs that have been identified here? Clarify what dimension to open at. Lorenzo, thank you. Because this was kind of your banner presentation.
Yeah, hi there. You asked about open access, so I'll weigh in on that. Open access, really the idea comes from what FERC created for transmission back in the 90s, right? To create wholesale market. If you're going to have a bunch of competitive generators and load serving entities transacting, then they need a transport mechanism that is fairly equitably available. And so applying that on distribution, if we recognize that DERs are growing and we want to get the most value out of them, I think the open access entails at least two characteristics. One of which has to do with simply the transparency and the timeliness of being able to do things like interconnecting. That there's transparent, non-discriminatory methods, as well as a predictable time frame and cost component for being able to interconnect so that you can get access to the system and be able to participate in transactions. The other part gets down to operations, because what I understand, and back at my CAISO days when we started having conversations with the distribution utilities about where the high DER system was going, I learned back then that the configurations on distribution are much more volatile and changeable than they are on transmission. On the ISO, the transmission grid is pretty stable. But things happen much more quickly and frequently on distribution. And so then there comes the question of, well, how do you ensure non-discrimination when there are things that happen on distribution that may limit capacity to multiple DERs, all of which you want to be able to enable to participate? Some of them must be curtailed. So you need non-discriminatory rules for who gets to operate and who gets to curtail. So that's another aspect of open access. I think open access is a broad concept, and I'm hoping that throughout this proceeding and maybe the next workshop in our comments that we can develop in more detail exactly those specific requirements. But it's around both the interconnection process and the real-time operational process, and non-discrimination and transparency are kind of the crucial elements of it as I see it.
Thanks, Lorenzo. And I think Alex Portilla had asked, what do you, or I think posed to the group, and there's been some feedback, but maybe I'll pose it to you first, what the key gaps are in your observation for open access. I mean, you talked about interconnection, talked about real-time operations. I guess, can you share what you see, what some of the key gaps may be? And I know this is getting into our afternoon discussion, but I think it's opening up a good opportunity for more talk now.
Well, some of it is, I think we just haven't figured out the rules yet of how it all works, and specifically about real-time operations. If you're getting into a change in system conditions on distribution that affects multiple DERs, and maybe those DERs have received dispatch instructions from the ISO because they're participating in the wholesale market, or maybe they've agreed to provide certain services and now they're going to be constrained. If a constraint arises and it affects multiple DERs, how do we allocate the available capacity, or how do we allocate the curtailment to ensure that it's non-discriminatory? Is it based on maximum megawatts? Does it somehow look at their prices and economics? So I think it's just that we haven't figured it out yet, all the rules of how to really implement non-discrimination with respect to operations. And I think probably around interconnection, it's more of a question of predictability about costs and timescale in order to be able to say upfront, a party who wants to invest in DERs, be able to really get a good cost estimate of how long it's going to take to get online, what is it going to cost me, and so on. So I think it's just making these things more concrete where we haven't worked out the rules yet, and then making them more transparent and predictable.
Thanks, Lorenzo. And then I know Sam and Tam had comments on this. So I'm going to let you two both come on and share what you think. And then Alex, since you posed the question, I'll let you listen and then see if you have any response to what you hear from stakeholders that have responded to your question. So Sam, if you want to, that you made some comments in the chat here, if you want to expand to the group, and then Tam, please come on next.
Thanks. I think that's in the chat. If it's easier to do in person, I can. The question of open access proposed by Alex was about interconnection. I simply noted that it extends beyond interconnection. It applies to the provision of services, access to markets, access to data. We've talked about each of these quite a bit, but it's that free flow of information or equal ability to participate in whichever venue or aspect you're looking at. I also noted that while there are existing open access tariffs and standards at the transmission level and at the distribution level, there are major differences between the transmission and distribution open access requirements in terms of cost allocation. And those differences create major market distortions in the cost of providing energy and services. We can go more into that, but this is not an interconnection discussion.
Okay. We'll see how Alex responds with but Tam, you had
I'll just add to what Sam said, which I agree with, just that of course, and this is beyond today's discussion, but Rule 21 interconnection allows you access to the grid and markets, but only for the incumbent utility, whereas WDAT/WDT allows you access to the markets for any utility. It's a key distinction.
Got and just for everyone's benefit, can you just give a quick Rule 21? Most people know, but please explain, but particularly the acronym WDAT.
Yeah, WDAT is a wholesale distribution access tariff, and WDT is just a similar acronym, but PG&E and SCE use different acronyms in this case. It's the FERC jurisdictional interconnection tariff, which allows you to sell into broader markets than just the incumbent utility. Rule 21 is the state jurisdictional, CPUC jurisdictional tariff that allows you to sell to the incumbent utility only.
Great, thanks. That was good. Excellent, quick summary. Alex, you'd asked the question. You've heard some feedback now. Any responses or your feedback to the group here?
Yeah, it was more of a clarification, and thanks for that clarification, Tom and Tam, and I think Lorenzo highlighted some of the key gaps for how that, not just the access, but how it will work. And I think that's why we're all here, is to figure out some of those gaps. But just highlighting that the open access for DERs to participate in markets today is via the wholesale distribution tariff, what we call it, as Tam noted. There's also, I think, the DERA, which is not so used today, right? But the work that has been done on those market access programs.
Thanks, Alex. Now that we've had some good discussion there, I do want to shift to one of the other high priority operational needs that I think at least had, in our view, materialized through the survey here, and that is the topic of DER dispatchability and control. So again, I want to open up to folks that have either expressed that or see that as a high priority need. Can you share some of your perspectives there, and we'll foster further discussion on that. In the meantime, I think there's some good dialogue in the chat on level of detail needed on some of the DR visibility related to the ISO. In the meantime, any folks who want to weigh in on the topic of DER dispatchability? Renzo, thanks for your willingness again. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure thing. I'm back. A lot of the value, which we talked about in the last workshop and some of our comments, a lot of the value from DERs is going to be the ways that they support operations of the distribution system. And that can play out in the distribution planning, where we find that by incorporating DER activities on a grid, say if an aggregator coordinates a number of consumer batteries on a circuit to be able to flatten the load profile on that circuit. Well, in order to be able to provide benefits to the distribution operations, whether it's at a very local level or more aggregated, it does require that somebody's able to send instructions and dispatch those DERs to behave in a certain way. A lot of it will have to do with, say, coordinating batteries or EVs, bidirectional EVs that are located at multiple sites. So I see the DER dispatch and controllability as being kind of essential to them being able to provide services to a network operator, whether it's distribution or ISO.
Thanks, Lorenzo. I think that's an excellent starting point. And Sam.
Thanks. I also want to differentiate between a couple of things here. First, there's the large DER, which exists in front of the meter on the distribution system, and may have contractual obligations for dispatch and control to the grid operator, either distribution and or CAISO. Obviously, where you have a contractual arrangement for dispatch, you have to have that ability and that control. At the same time, there's a vast and rapidly growing capacity, often behind the meter of DER, and both of these are very large, significant components. We want to be aware of both of them. But the need for dispatchability and control of customer-sided DER is quite different. If you don't have a contractual relationship for that, it's different. The question of dispatch and control is also one of the degree that you need to have, sort of precise control versus the ability to influence the operation. Because remember, DER is not just about generation; it's also about load, and you certainly want to be able to send signals in order to manage load and to tell DER how it should be operating. You also absolutely need to be able to tell DER what the limits are for it to operate within, to make sure it doesn't over-respond, or to make sure that it essentially doesn't do the wrong thing at the wrong time. Because if you've got too many any individual small DER isn't going to make much difference. But if in aggregate they're not doing the right thing, or they're doing too much of something, that is problematic. So you need to communicate limits that control the range of operation within DER, and you need to be able to signal DER to respond. But each of those are somewhat short of direct dispatch and control the way we think of where we are directly operating a generating facility. And both the tariffs and the signals for those can be quite different. And again, this also comes back to a question of layered architecture, the degree of granularity of that, and can incorporate both aggregation and virtual power plant operation within that. Oh, I should, just for clarity in here, I didn't introduce myself before. Sam White on behalf of 350 Bay Area as a ratepayer environmental advocate. Thank you.
Richard, I'll get to you in a second. I just want to maybe try and capture what I think I heard from Lorenzo and Sam. I think you see these, you see this as a foundational need, but particularly to help, I think two of the, and again, this goes back to the first scoping question, unlock value of DERs. So there's the ability to provide other additional distribution and transmission level services, as well as accommodate growth in DERs cost effectively, minimize impact, or the ability to upgrade the existing infrastructure to accommodate growth. So I think when I hear your comments, they seem to fit in those two categories squarely, probably some of the others as well. But I just wanted to see if that's a accurate summary.
I think that's good, Jay. When we think about growth of DERs, one of the things that's been on people's minds a lot is hosting capacity. How do you hit the limit on a particular circuit? And to the extent that an aggregator can coordinate the operation of batteries and vehicles and solar, et cetera, on a particular circuit, you expand the hosting capacity without actually having to build more infrastructure. But that requires that some entity is able to actually coordinate the operation of all of these devices.
Yes, and I would follow up on that. I think that anything on the grid has an impact on the grid, but the impacts can be balanced between each other so that they essentially cancel each other out or mitigate each other. The ability to send the signals to them to respond in a way to help mitigate that to the degree that mitigation is necessary is extremely valuable.
Thank you both for sharing. And I think, Richard, you had your hand up first, and then Brad's comment after that.
Yeah, I think I'm just wanting to back up. It's Richard Coe from Cal Advocates. I just want to support what Sam and Lorenzo have been saying here. Everyone should have seen our distribution grid electrification model work, DGEM, that went to the service list. We identified the benefits of load management, getting EV load in particular, shifting away from peak to off-peak. We've been thinking very much of DERs in the load sense, as Sam was saying. And thinking a lot about different ways to achieve that. And that could be through a more active form of load management, which looks like control, as I think it's mentioned here in DER dispatchability or control. And it could also be through passive load management, perhaps through some sort of pricing mechanism. So I guess I was just wanting to draw the connection, I think, between the points that are being made in DER dispatchability and control and animate distribution level markers and granular pricing. The pricing there can be getting the signals to the DERs, in particular to the extent that they're load to shift when they are consuming. And that's a good thing for costs for ratepayers.
Absolutely. Thank you, Richard. And I would also extend to that the opportunity for autonomous response of DER to local grid conditions based upon the ability to monitor through the advanced inverter settings or through additional local grid conditions which are communicated to the DER. It doesn't need to be controlled from a central office. As long as the local conditions are visible to the local resources.
Thanks both of you. Brad, you had your hand up next, and I see comment here, I think in response by Jan from SDG&E on this topic. I think we'll take Jan afterwards. So please go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, Brad Henner with CalSA. In terms of generation and energy storage, I think it's extremely rare that systems go in today that don't have controllability and communications by either the manufacturer or a third-party aggregator. Maybe less so on load side, but that could be increasing. The challenge is that there are all sorts of communication systems and control systems. They speak different languages, and I don't think it's realistic to think that we could force everything to speak the same language, and so that one direct signal would directly control operations from all different systems. But it's very achievable through if we have a common data platform where systems can integrate and get signals, and the aggregators or manufacturers could then dispatch the activity and possibly report back as well. That is achievable. The control is done by a third party, but there's a central data platform that everything integrates into.
Brad, thank you for sharing that. And are you going to be online through all the whole workshop today?
I hope to.
Okay, and so I'm glad you brought up that comment, because I think what we hope to do is when the IOUs present, part of their presentation will be showing their basically what I see their IT roadmap for a number of the different DR management systems. I think hopefully to the extent you can look at what they're presenting there and see there's a gap between what they're presenting and your vision of how that control would be enabled. That makes sense. I think this is the kind of feedback we're trying to elicit from the group today. And so you see gaps there. Hopefully you can take a look and speak up at that point.
Got it.
Yeah. Let's see. Jan from SDG&E. I think you had a comment in response to some of the earlier discussion on dispatchability and control.
Yeah, I was just making the point that right now, I think that's our main vehicle for making sure the grid maintains reliability, and we, can use DRs to the advantage of the grid. It's a pretty basic point. I think in the long run, if we have a spot market similar to what the ISO has, then the spot market needed to sort out the whole issue around if you have a problem, who gets curtailed, who goes first. That requires a market, but I think that's a long way off. Trying to move the ISO down to the distribution level is a order of magnitude project. In the near term, though, contrast can serve that role. So that was my only point.
Got it. Thanks, Jan. Any feedback from folks on that? I guess more broadly, any further comment, feedback folks have on the topic of DER dispatchability?
Well, this is Lorenzo. If you don't mind, I'd just like to add a response to Jan's comment. And I think he's absolutely right about sort of contractual arrangements between the operator and some of the resources providing services. And I just want to identify that as another aspect of open access and non-discrimination. What is the procedure by which the DSO would actually solicit services and select who gets to provide them and so on? And that needs to be part of an open access framework.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Ali, you had another comment?
Yeah, I put something on the chat as overall this discussion, very good discussion. One item that is kind of missing is the need also for operational coordination between the ISO and the DSOs or the utilities. You know, you were talking about dispatch and control and things of that nature, but we talked about the visibility of DERs. But as also was pointed, the fact that they're going to be local dispatch and control or ISO initiated dispatch and control, etc., coordinating between the operations is also important. In other words, informing schedules, informing the control or dispatch that's going to happen, that coordinating between the two elements. The other element that was also commented on, which I want to highlight, most DERs are owned by customers or third parties. And dispatch and control requires them participating in programs, being under certain tariff that allows their control and dispatchability. And so management of those programs and what those programs are and how they get dispatched or they get activated in terms of relieving violations on the circuits or economic purposes or otherwise. Those elements have to be also considered. So as a result, there is a little bit of a complexity here, which is overcomable. But the fact that the control is not just utility owns the assets and controls them, it has to be done in the context of agreement with the customers that what is controllable and what is not. And it also relates to the interconnection and the hosting capacity and the dynamic operating envelopes and all those elements that are kind of commented on these discussions, but I think they got to be brought together in a holistic fashion.
Ali, thanks for sharing that overarching feedback. I do want to the reliability coordination was certainly brought up in many presentations in the first workshop. Again, I think the survey results reflect who responded, but I don't think we're also trying to not minimize the topic. But I think your point's well taken. I did have let's see, unless there are other comments, we did have a comment in the chat a little while back from folks in the Public Advocate's Office on data access. So I wanted to give you a chance to, let's see, scrolling back through it. So I've lost it, but I know I saw it at that time. And
Mark Hutton from PAO.
Mark, did you want to chime in here on the topic you brought up in the chat?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, so I guess the question is fairly straightforward, but is access to data for all stakeholders included in any of these issues? And if not, can we create a new issue that addresses that? Because at least for us, you know, data can be used for a lot of things, but we're particularly interested in you know, greater transparency, and so having access to data to support that goal.
Shoot, I'm muted here. Let's see. So Mark brought up the broader question, data access. I do believe it's contained within a number of these different topics. Certainly open access was shared as one of the operational needs as well. So I think maybe Lorenzo wants to weigh in and share any of his thoughts he has on that topic as well. Sorry, I'm calling on folks now. And I'm not sure if he's right in front of his screen or doesn't want to take that one up. Yeah, and I think, Mark, I think we will also have a pretty extended discussion on this topic as part of the advocates or the party, the presentation coming later this afternoon. I think it's been highlighted as one of the main operational needs and gaps by Samuel Golden and UCAN as well. So I think to the extent folks are a little not willing to discuss now, we're gonna have more discussion about that topic later. Both sharing among data on, I think really among all the different participants is a key theme of that presentation, as well as a statewide data sharing platform and model. So to the extent no one else wants to weigh in on that here, we'll have more discussion on that this afternoon. I did want to, I think we've covered a number of the different questions we teed up, and the last one, possibly before we go to a break, is one of the questions was, people see anything missing from this list? Again, it reflects what we thought was presented and commented on the first workshop, and survey results, what people weighed in on, but we also want to clarify, close the loop on, any key areas not covered on this list here. Okay. So in our context of characterizing the discussion here, is that viewed that this is fairly comprehensive?
Sorry,
Or-
I was on mute.
Sure.
Tam Hunt, GPI. Obviously, this is not the forum to resolve or adjudicate interconnection issues, but I think maybe it should be mentioned here as an ongoing issue, a broad issue of how to improve interconnection procedures, both in terms of time and cost and transparency. It's just a perennial problem. Interconnection is always very difficult, even for simple projects sometimes. And so it probably should be in here somewhere.
Thanks for that, Tam. And I believe, yeah, in the context of the earlier presentations, I certainly believe it was part of, it was certainly part of the open access to the distribution system, general broad topic, as well as some of the other commenters as well. So I think it's covered under a number of these, but I can appreciate the level of importance that you're expressing here.
It would be good to clarify what you mean then by that rubric, because typically open access, in my experience, refers more to market access than interconnection, which is more the physical engineering piece. Both are important, but it would be good to distinguish them in your rubrics here.
Got it. And I think on that, if you look at some of the, we characterize the details in some of the presentations, I believe that topic was covered in there. So get it. We've tried to aggregate to a level here, and there's certainly plenty of detail underneath. I think we've at least covered the questions we teed up for discussion among the group here on the list of operational needs. I do want to check in with the CPUC if you have other folks on staff there. I think Gabe in particular, if you have any other questions you'd like to see reaction from the group here, weigh in with any broader comments or feedback for the group. I think we want to give you the floor here before we take a break and close this part of the discussion. Sorry, we didn't prepare him for this, so just trying to give Gabe opportunity to share any of his thoughts or particular questions that you have for the group before we close out the first part of our discussion.
Thanks. I'll open it up to any of the distribution planning team if they would like to ask questions or better understand any of the topics or the perspectives of the participants. So taking that and putting the rest of the team on the spot as well.
I won't go ahead.
Yes. So one of the things I had to find out from the workshop is the just transmission. The bulk energy market has a very transparency and well-established market that supply and demand that curve can have optimal pricing mechanism that can actually come up with it. Whereas I see a lot of like issue in the visibility in the the distribution line market, and just wanna, and plus the Kaiser itself is a neutral to and non-profit neutral to the operation, versus currently the DSO is a utility, and the utility probably have a own the unit itself versus the the customer has their own too. So there's some interest, the conflict of interest too. So I just want to know how we can truly find out the transparency and also to find out the non-discriminatory market, and then establish the granular pricing mechanism. So that's the one of the things that I'm interested to hear from this workshop.
Woon, thank you for the question. I think trying to capture, I think I think your question is, you see certain level of transparency in the way the transmission markets operate. There's a vision here shared in, I think a few of these operational needs on having that level of well, I think in two of these in particular, the open access to the distribution system, that would include fairly granular distribution level markets. So I think those are some of the priorities that have been articulated here, and our discussion is, what further needs or gaps are there to achieve them. So I think, see, maybe look at some of the folks that have weighed in on those. If you have a comment or response to Woon's comment or question, Gabe as well. Gabe, do you want to offer any further feedback for the group?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say for the afternoon, what I'm hoping to learn as much as possible about. And again, I'm speaking as an energy division staff member, and that's not the same as the commission. They're the ones that make the decisions. But I think it's fairly understood within this proceeding that there is a hope and a desire to use this proceeding to identify some of the near-term opportunities that we can accomplish through enhanced grid operations to solve, many problems that we see, as well as harness opportunities. So it doesn't mean that we're biased towards only looking at the near term, but I think that is a priority objective that we have, is to really understand what we can do in the relative near term. And I know that that's not the easiest to define, since the scope of this exercise looks out over the next 10 years. But I do think that if we can come away with concrete ideas for priorities that we need to take advantage of to solve, real pressing issues like improving interconnection times, improving distribution capacity utilization, enabling DR orchestration that, saves costs and allows more value to be received by the DR operator, but also by the grid operator, and enabling some of the use cases that we're starting to see emerge, such as flexible service connections, flexible interconnection, and some of the smart inverter use cases that are out there. So that's just a long way of saying I'm hoping to learn about what are some of the near-term opportunities that enhanced grid operations can help untap. Thank you.
Gabe, thanks for sharing that. I think that's a very important message for the group here, from your perspective, that you want to hear near-term needs, things that the commission can act on. And maybe you give me a second, one way to put that in more tangible terms for the group here. Think in terms of when you see a final order from the commission on this track, presumably sometime later this year, what would folks recommend to be in there? What next further actions can the commission initiate to realize this future? So think in terms of when you open that document up, what would you like to see in there? Babe, if you don't mind if I put, we're not putting words in your mouth, but I think trying to put things tangible for people, what actions would you see as a next step prioritized by the commission? That's something people can think about and look forward to as they provide their comments and feedback here. Is that fair assessment?
Yeah, no, that's a very useful frame. That's always helpful to the regulator to think about what action would you like to see occur, and to frame it in ways that are actionable, because these are very difficult, complex ideas we're talking about today, but being able to express them in actionable steps that are part of a stepwise sequence of steps that look towards a longer term vision, but also have some concrete near-term actions is very helpful. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and just commission can speak in a lot of ways, but one of the very important ways are through their orders, right? And so think about what people would like to maybe see written in there. Thanks for that, Gabe. And then I know we did have one comment. Sorry, it was and I think we'll close on this, but Alex Portilla, this goes to our question on anything people think may be missing from our list. Alex, you brought up the idea of an engagement model, value proposition with customers. So I think
so maybe I can just speak to it. I think a lot of these discussions, often are focused on what the grid needs, what the ISO needs, what the industry needs. But I think we always need to maintain focus on why would a customer participate in any of this? Why would they allow us access to their car or appliance or other flexible resource? And I think it's the as we think about the engagement models and compensation models and value proposition, I think that's always going to be a key. And just want to, everything we're talking about needs to come back to I think we all recognize a huge amount of potential of, an example of managed charging. But that potential translates into actual resource if we create a model that is simple and compelling for our customers.
Unless there's further thoughts or feedback, I think it's a good comment to close on here. Again, a reminder, everyone, that this is customer focus is first and foremost here. And I think with that, we don't have any. I think we've gone through our list of discussion questions for this first session, and we can look to a break, and the IOU panel is up first when we return from that. So Neha, I think turn it over to you, move into our break again, unless there are any other questions or comments.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, not seeing any new comments on the chat or any raised hands. So I think let's move ourselves into lunch. We'll be resuming at 1 p.m. with the utility panel. So enjoy your break, and we look forward to seeing you all back in 33 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Now it's 1 o'clock on the dot, so we'll give folks a minute or two to rejoin. Serena, could I have this? Yes, perfect. Read my mind. All right, as we're waiting for folks to filter in, I'll go through some notes on participation in the latter half of our workshop today. Nothing too complicated, but as I mentioned at the beginning, we are using Slido to collect responses to the workshop question, which is, what are the gaps and barriers that you see in response to the operational needs that were identified in workshop 1? So in order to provide feedback to that question, you can go to slido.com and enter that 7-digit code that's in the top right corner. During the next couple of panel presentations that we have, please use the Zoom chat to ask any questions that you have for our speakers. These can be substantive, clarifying, whatever it is. And then during our Q&A and discussion portions this afternoon, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom. And as always, stay on mute unless you are speaking. Serena, can we get the next slide? Great. So for those of you who didn't use Slido in workshop 1 or are new to using Slido, as I mentioned, you can either scan this QR code or just go to slido.com and enter this 7-digit code. So we'll be using Slido to collect responses to our workshop question. And once you've put in a response of your own, you'll be able to see what everyone else in Slido is seeing in response to the workshop question as well. So one more slide on Slido, just to let you know, this is what it'll look like if you log in to Slido through your computer or if you log into Slido on your phone. All right, so with that, we're going to jump into our afternoon sessions. First up, we have our utility panel, and we have Michael Berigian from Southern California Edison, Alex Portilla from Pacific Gas and Electric, and Kirsten Peterson and Christopher Franco from San Diego Gas and Electric. As a reminder, please use the chat during the presentation to ask any clarifying questions or tee up questions that we'll have for the Q&A after the utility panel. So with that, I will turn it over to Michael, Alex, Kirsten, and Christopher.
Thanks so much, Neha. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Berigian. I'm the Senior Engineering Manager of a group called Distribution Policy and Implementation here at Southern California Edison. My team works closely with our regulatory affairs team to represent our asset strategy and planning organization on pretty much all policy matters that are related to either distribution system planning or interconnection. Before we jump into the presentation, just on behalf of all the IOUs, we'd like to thank CPUC and Gridworks for the opportunity to share our thoughts and ideas during both this and the other workshops in this series. Next slide, please. For today's presentation, we'll provide an overview of the future DSO capabilities that were presented in workshop 1, what we heard from stakeholders, what we presented ourselves, and then associate those with the IOU's grid modernization plans, followed by each IOU providing an overview of their individual technology development progress. And then we'll discuss policy gaps in more detail and close with 5 key recommendations that we think will collectively move us forward before we open it up to question and answer. In terms of summary, the objective of this presentation is to highlight the gaps to accomplishing the goals that were discussed in the first workshop, those being to efficiently operate a high DER grid, unlock economic opportunities for DERs to provide grid services, limit market power, reduce ratepayer costs, increase equity, support grid resiliency, and meet state policy objectives. In terms of status, all 3 IOUs have filed grid modernization plans within our general rate cases, which include a collection of foundational technologies that will enable current and future operational capabilities. The IOUs are in various stages of the planning, development, and deployment of these technologies, which will be discussed in further detail in this presentation. For gaps and challenge, the gap we identified we assessed the operational needs that were raised in Workshop 1 and identified key policy gaps, particularly related to grid orchestration and the future grid marketplace. And it must be noted that as policies are developed to address these gaps, that may lead to the need to develop additional capabilities beyond what is already in scope for each IOU's grid modernization plan. As mentioned in Workshop 1, electric vehicles also present both challenges and opportunities due to their mobile nature, rapid development of technology, and the impact of individual customer behavior to the grid. In terms of recommendations, while we heard concepts introduced in Workshop 1, such as statewide platforms, the IOUs recommend an initial focus be placed on providing local grid services. Establishing foundational capabilities at the local level will build a foundation of experience on which more complex approaches can later be explored. Additionally, grid orchestration is seen as a fundamental requirement to achieving the state's goals. The combination of technical capabilities and policies must provide for fair, equitable, and cost-effective grid orchestration. Next slide, please. And one more, please. So our overarching message for this section is that fully unlocking the DSO capabilities is dependent on the development of both technology and complementary policy. Technologies include grid hardware and software needed to enable sophisticated services, while complementary policies define the rules of the road, providing clarity to operators and participants alike. These two work in concert to lay the foundation of distribution system operation. Next slide. So here we've organized the DSO capabilities into 7 buckets and then associated those with both the capabilities being pursued in each IOU's grid modernization plan, as well as the capabilities that were identified by stakeholders in Workshop 1. And wherever we see bold text in this table, that indicates that a capability or function, in order for it to be fully utilized, depends on the development of complementary policy. So starting with the top here, DER visibility, some capabilities that were included in that category are real-time awareness of DER status and output, monitoring and modeling DERs, tracking DER performance and interconnection characteristics such as state of charge, historical performance, aggregator data, data access, cost of operation, real-time prices, and managing confidentiality. This one is very much related to the topic of data sharing and availability that was raised in the session earlier this morning as well. For short-term forecasting, we see this as including highly granular forecasts of DER output over the next 24 hours, ability to modify demand, utilize local resources to meet both local and system-level demand, with the objective of increasing flexibility, supporting resiliency and reliability, and that may even go to the point of localized islanding. Advanced grid analytics. This includes the ability to analyze grid conditions in both the current or near real-time state and the forecasted state, including circuit loading, DER output, etc. The goal of this is to identify potential issues and suggest remedies in either the current state or a planned configuration. And this also includes system defense and restoration, cybersecurity, emergency load reduction, resiliency, and black start are examples of that. For grid and DER optimization, this includes optimizing the use of grid assets and DERs to maximize value, unlocking opportunities for DERs to provide grid services. We heard the Smart Inverter Working Group meeting mention standard tariffs and contracts, encouraging investment in DERs and DER aggregation technologies, enabling DER owners to monetize the capabilities of their assets, incentivize DER owners to support grid functioning and offset needs for grid investment. So that's actually, I should have mentioned the first one. That's the second bolded item. So just want to highlight that the incentivization to offset needs for grid investment is an area the IOUs believe complementary policy would need to be developed for this to be possible based on the technology capabilities that are already in flight. DER scheduling and dispatching tools. This is the ability to signal the participating DERs to behave in a certain way, whether it's producing or consuming a specific amount of energy or power at a specific time of day. Advanced CAISO coordination and communication, mutual sharing of DER schedules, operations constraints, setting appropriate rates for consumption and generation based on cost causation, preventing market manipulation, helping meet state policy objectives, meeting needs at each location, allowing resources to be shared between locations locally and system-wide, and then avoiding barriers to and appropriately encouraging deployment and utilization of DERs. And then finally, grid infrastructure orchestration. This is the real-time monitoring and automated grid control that is achieved through intelligent sensors, switches, protection, and communication devices. So before moving off this slide, though, I know that was a lot. I want to kind of try to stitch this together by providing an example. So starting back at the top with DER visibility. So this allows the DSO to see how the DERs are performing, how they've performed in the past, state of charge, where applicable. So what's out there, the operator can see that, can see how it's been performing. That performance data can then be fed into the short-term forecasting engine, along with the loading data that we have at various points throughout the system, and provide the DSO with an understanding of how load and DER are expected to perform in the next 24 hours. You could then take that short-term forecast and feed it into your advanced grid analytics model to predict where criteria violations may occur in the next 24 hours. You could test out different transfers and then re-simulate based on the short-term forecast to determine if those would be feasible transfers or if any modification to any of the individual DER set points would be required. And that takes us into the next stage where wherever issues are anticipated, the grid and DER optimization engine will determine the ideal grid configuration and the behavior for each of the dispatchable DERs and dispatchable load where available. That information is then envisioned to be passed on to the DER scheduling and dispatching tools, so those set points can be communicated to the participants or aggregators. And then all of that can be made available to CAISO to ensure alignment. Final step is to, excuse me, put that all in place and then utilize the automated devices to perform the switching to reconfigure the system, pushing updated protective device settings to ensure adequate protection in the temporary configuration, and then using those intelligent sensors mentioned in the bottom row to make sure that everything is occurring as it was intended to. And at any point in that, you would re-loop back to the top and pass through these steps again to make any adjustments as real-time conditions change. Next slide, please. And one more, please. All right, so I think it's important to acknowledge that not only the utilities, but our state and our industry are on the precipice of this transition into a new energy landscape. It's an exciting time for all of us. There are opportunities, and there's also challenging work with rewarding prospects ahead. So as we pave this new trail, we must continue to be innovative and nimble in doing so. In terms of the high-level status for all three of the IOUs, we've got 3 points on the right-hand side of this graphic here. The first of which is that all 3 IOUs are on track for our grid modernization plans. We are facing various challenges, but none of those challenges rise to the level of what we would consider a technical gap that would prevent the deployment of tools. The Advanced Distribution Management System, which is a core component of the DSO functions, has an early release in plan. And the DER Management System, or DERMS, which is also a critical component of DSO functions, will be deployed over the next several years. And as market structures and regulations evolve, new functional capabilities may need to be developed to support. Next slide, please. So moving now into the IOU technology progress, starting with SEEs, We use the 7 categories of DSO capabilities that we discussed previously as our guide, and the table here includes SCE's current status. Excuse me. So starting with DER visibility, SCE has real-time awareness of DERs, or what may otherwise be referred to as base DER management, targeting implementation this year, 2024. And that provides real-time awareness of DERs and DER interaction using the IEEE 2030.5 protocol. For DER visibility, we also have in our DERMS scope in the 2026-27 timeframe, DER optimization that allows system operators to interface with smart inverters and DERs for system reliability and to optimize the use of DERs for grid services. However, the real-time pricing capability is not currently in scope for DER optimization, mainly because we believe that policy development is needed to guide that. Moving on to short-term forecasting, SCE has DER short-term forecasting targeting the 2026-27 timeframe for implementation. This uses the DER forecasting to anticipate and manage grid issues, including DER masked load, which is the inability to distinguish between the true demand whenever local resources are providing a portion or all of that demand. Short-term forecasting, we also have microgrid management in the 2027-28 timeframe. This includes enhanced management of microgrids through weather events and islanding scenarios. And then finally, for short-term forecasting, we have advanced load management targeting the 2028 and beyond timeframe. And this is aimed at deferring potential infrastructure needs through improved load management. It will also enable enhanced power quality management. So for advanced grid analytics, SCE has distribution management targeting the 2024 timeframe this year, with the goal of identifying faults and restoring service to the majority of customers in 1 to 10 minutes, and automating tens of thousands of switching procedures, reducing switching errors and enabling faster outage detection and response. We also have DER dispatch to mitigate grid reliability issues targeting 2027. System operators will be able to monitor and orchestrate DERs to dispatch for grid services and system reliability needs. For grid and DER optimization, we have for the 2026-27 timeframe. This also includes the DER short-term forecasting and optimization, again, for system reliability needs and grid services. Moving on to DER scheduling and dispatching tools, we have DER scheduling and dispatch targeting 2024 with the ability to dispatch aggregators and third-party DERs. And then the microgrid management I mentioned previously also contributes to this DER scheduling and dispatching tools. For advanced CAISO coordination and communication, we have DER schedules, operations, and constraints targeting the 2026-27 timeframe. That's using DER forecasting to anticipate and manage grid issues, including the masked load I mentioned previously. And then we have 3 items for grid infrastructure orchestration. One is this year and ongoing is to continue to deploy field devices that include advanced switches and line sensors, providing increased situational awareness and operational flexibility. Real-time monitoring through this year and next year, which will expand situational awareness of field crews through real-time access to grid conditions. And then the adaptive protection targeting 2026-27 timeframe to improve safety and reliability through dynamic control of protection device settings. Next slide, please. So this slide provides more of a chronological representation of SCE's grid management system capability roadmap and deployment schedule, including more detail on where each capability will reside from a tool standpoint. So you can see we've got kind of an alphabet soup of acronyms on this one. They're all defined in the bottom left corner, but there's a variety of tools that make up SCE's grid management system, a system of tools, if you will. The DER management system, DERMS, Advanced Distribution Management System, ADMS, distribution management system, DMS, outage management system, OMS, and then the public safety power shutoff is less of a tool and more of an action. So I won't go into the details of all the functionalities broken into the boxes that are outlined, but moving from left to right here, in SCE's ADMS phase 1 in release 0.5, that was completed in May of 2021. And it included a virtualized, scalable, highly resilient back office platform to support the ADMS and DERMS as a foundational piece of it. Phase 1, release 1 is currently in flight through 2025, and it includes the advanced grid management functions, including automated fault location, isolation, and service restoration. You may know that as FLISR. Electronic switching, the base DER management I mentioned on the previous slide, and mobile grid operations. Moving on to phase 2, which is currently in development, targeting 2026-27 timeframe, focused on DERMS. This includes the public safety power shutoff automation, adaptive protection, which I mentioned, sending new set points to protective devices to ensure the system is adequately protected in temporary configurations, DER short-term forecasting and optimization, securing field devices, and energized wired down event detection. Phase 3 focuses on advanced ADMS and DERMS functions, is currently in the planning stages, targeting 2027 through 2028, includes expanding mobile grid operations, outage metrics, operator training systems, microgrid management, and storm analytics capabilities. And then the phase 4 of the plan here focuses on the grid platform that's in the planning stages, targeting 2028 and beyond. Includes expanding load management, power quality management, and substation device management capabilities. All right. And I believe that's my last slide. So with that, I'll pass it over to Kirsten Peterson and Chris Franco with SDG&E for their technology progress.
Sounds good. Thank you, Michael. Hello, everyone. My name is Kirsten Peterson. I am the manager of electric distribution operations over at San Diego Gas and Electric. So that includes our distribution control center and all of the operators that are operating our distribution system. So here at SDG&E, we've had a long history with demonstration, evaluation, and integration of DERs on our distribution system. So that includes designing, building microgrids for wildfire safety, for grid resiliency, and also enabling SDG&E and third-party interconnection of large-scale DERs. So we go to this next slide, please. So at a high level, just to touch on our grid modernization plan, our key focus areas that we've been working toward include advancing interconnection and modeling to further operationalize DERs, improving that visibility, management, control of both the distribution system and the DERs that are connected to it, developing reliable, resilient, and secure communication networks, and leveraging DER technology to support grid reliability and resilience. So this at a high level kind of maps up the phased approach for that. And we've been progressing from traditional grid investments to building up foundational technologies, as were spoken to in some of the last workshop, and all alongside the DER interconnections really growing to scale. So we're already today seeing some of the impacts and making sure that our technologies and policies are keeping aligned with that. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So for a little bit of history on control systems and where we are today, back in 2012 is when SDG&E first integrated our outage management system, or OMS, with a distribution management system, so the DMS system. And so where we are right now is currently on the path to deploy some of the advanced functionality of our ADMS. So that's really utilizing a lot of the load flow functionality and tools we're building up to the power flow, the Flizzr, and additional advanced functionality alongside that. So then in our longer term company vision, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, we're positioning ourselves to bring on a DERMS system, fully integrate that with ADMS, which will really help us to enable our participation in that high DER future. You go to the next slide, please. So similar to the other utilities, we'll touch a little bit on our capabilities, where we are with the DER orchestration today. And I'm just going to touch on a couple of the highlights. First of all, for our existing DERs connected to SDG&E's system, all that are greater than 1 megawatt inside, we do have telemetry available. Additionally, visibility of their connectivity, where they are topologically within the NMS system. We're able to also see the charge limits of the devices. So currently static charge limits based on agreements with those who are connected. And because visibility needs do differ by DER side, we have a lot of that visibility for these large scale DERs. We're currently working on a project alongside Gridworks and the DOE to evaluate bringing in photovoltaic data and other behind the meter asset data to the control center to help in quantifying some of the operational challenges, such as identifying true load, differentiating it from the masked load. Additionally, to date, we've deployed what we call local area distribution controllers, which are the microgrid controllers on our SDG&E owned DER locations, which help with the asset level orchestration within the microgrid. We've completed 2 virtual power plant demonstrations and are underway with 2 vehicle to grid demonstrations alongside Toyota and GM. In addition to this, we have been leveraging the EPIC program as well for a number of evaluation projects, many of them focused on the communication side, which is helping us prepare for that high DER future. And each of these demonstration projects and pilots, once we have the successful integration of DERMS into our ADMS, this really allows for that orchestration we've been talking to, where we can use all these projects and capabilities to actually their desired end result deployed across the service territory. And then just to talk to you a little bit on here, the priorities that we're currently working toward. The short-term forecasting, that's something that we currently have available in our tools. And we're working on evaluating that and seeing how we can incorporate that into our current processes. Additionally, the teams are working on how we can identify options for automated overload protection schemes, especially as DERs grow to scale. That's getting more and more important to have automation built in. And additionally, the dynamic ratings and charge limits are an area of focus for SDG at this time in getting to that next level. So that closes it out for SDG&E, and I'll go ahead and hand it over to Alex Portilla, speaking to the technology progress on the PG&E side. Thank you.
Great. Can folks hear me? I'll just keep talking. Thanks. If you could move to the next slide, I'll start with the PG&E side of things. So similar to other folks, right, we're talking about ADMS as a foundation. And where PG&E stands with our ADMS is we kind of broke it down into 3 releases. But in essence, what we're doing here is we are replacing our legacy control system center software and suite of applications and unifying them into a central platform, the ADMS, that will form the foundation for the future. And the way we've broken it up is we focused on release number 1, starting with a foundation on SCADA. And what we're doing is we're replatforming our core operational systems. And SCADA for us is what connects us to thousands of field telemetry and automation devices that provide visibility, in some cases control, into that control center. And so that's been our initial focus, what we call R1 or release 1. And that is followed by the replacement of our existing outage management system. And so the outage management system, it manages outage detection and the restoration process, as well as all of the switching. This is the source of truth for the as switched or the as is configuration or state of the electric distribution grid. And then third, our R3 is in advanced applications, which will provide new capabilities and modeling and forecasting, most of which built upon real-time power flow and state estimation. So whereas SCADA and telemetry gives us the current flows that are going through monitored, telemetered locations on the grid, online power flow and state estimation will provide via modeling an estimation of the voltage and flows going through every single node of the distribution grid. So that's what we are building toward, is a unified platform. If you go to the next slide. Great. So where we stand today, over the past several years, we've been focused initially on what we call release 1, which is the replacement of our end-of-life SCADA platform. In 2023, we began to go live in initial geographies, or in our parlance, our divisions, our 14 divisions. And over the course of this year, we'll be working through transitioning division by division, a transition into the new ADMS SCADA platform. As mentioned, we have thousands of telemetry and automation devices across our system. So transitioning to a new and modern ADMS platform requires extensive testing and validation at each device level before we can release this process for each division. So it is this is the hard work to get to essentially first home plate, right? This is the work that lays the foundation for everything in the future. So what we've done starting in 2023 is we've begun the planning and design of the future releases for outage management and advanced applications. And these are the technologies and as I mentioned around the switching and outage management processes, which will start to complete the design this year and go into build and testing activities in 25 and 26. And the advanced applications. The element of outage management, so our OMS, the deployment strategy needs to be, is necessarily more of a big bang transition. So we'll be able, once we are ready to go live with that, it'll be the entire system wide. And that is a replacement to the existing functions. Whereas the advanced applications such as power flow, such as specific functionalities, for example, related to our enhanced power line safety settings. These are functions that can be built out more iteratively in an incremental fashion. You can see on the right of this slide, there's a future state and I'll kind of go into the DERMS functionalities. And this is just to show that the operator in the control center's key interaction point is with our advanced distribution management system. But at the same time, we can't wait until ADMS is there. We are very active in deploying our DERMS, and that's represented kind of in a cartoon fashion on the right side, how we plan to interact with the multitude of DERs and participating programs, in through the DERMS system. So if we can go to the next slide. Great. So where we're focused today, and we started our journey some time ago, is to build a foundational platform that can scale towards the long-term DER orchestration vision that is leveraging incrementally the ADMS capabilities as they become available. So we're building this up alongside or kind of in parallel to the ADMS. And our initial use cases are focused on increasing the situational awareness of DERs via low-cost telemetry and managing distribution capacity constraints via flexible service and generation interconnections and dispatching those resources that we have procured for distribution services via the distribution investment deferral framework. So that's where we stand today, is mostly focusing on distribution capacity constraints and how we might leverage DER flexibility to mitigate those constraints. Over time, though, this focus, our focus in is on orchestrating DERs across multiple value streams. So what we have deployed today is a platform as a service, and that so we have a system that is live today. But like I said, focusing in over time on the orchestration across these multiple value streams. So scaling the capabilities across the entire system rather than just specific locations. And scaling not just geographically, but also scaling the capabilities within the DERMS to be able to interact with different types of DER resources and provide more granular capabilities of dispatch. Secondly, we're looking to transition and unify platforms such that we can have a view of our demand response and load management programs. So these are existing programs. PG&E has hundreds of megawatts of DERs that are participating in these programs, and bringing them together such that they can be utilized for multiple functions, not just energy system, but functions for the distribution. So this is the orchestration across multiple value streams. In recognition, I think EVs have a special place as a flexible load, but there's different, specific consideration that we're looking to bring into the platform related to managed charging and also vehicle to everything. Vehicle, in particular, focused on those that will be exporting onto the distribution system, the B2G. And then we're also looking to integrate, there's a number of real-time pricing pilots and other initiatives using DERs as a system resource. We need to have that visibility. So that's a medium-term kind of vision and working toward a longer-term view of simplified customer interfaces, optimization, and grid edge computing. But as we open up the aperture for long-term, it gets a little more hazy, a little more fuzzy. And the reason for that is there are significant open questions that we'll talk about a bit later, and an interaction with what we need to build out largely depends on what market structures will be put into place and how we're looking to leverage the foundational capabilities via programs. And I'll talk about that in a little bit when we get to the policy guides. If you could go to the next slide, I'll give a kind of a final update on exactly where we stand today. So today, I'll kind of go down each of these. So for DER visibility, we have real-time awareness of DERs that are over 1 megawatt via the telemetry requirement, and visibility into those DERs that are participating in the capacity use cases via IEEE 23.5. This is a capability that is available system-wide for any interconnecting customer over 1 megawatt. And so that's I would say, capability for large DERs. We also have visibility and control into initial microgrid locations via SCADA and direct monitoring. For short-term forecasting, we have short-term forecasting at targeted constrained grid locations where we have SCADA available today. So that's at approximately 100 circuits out of our 3,000 PG&E distribution feeders. And this is initially focused on deploying this capability where we see value. So it's deployed at specific and value as it is where there is customer value to be had in the management of distribution grid capacity constraints. For advanced grid analytics, we have deployed a measurement-based blizzard So that is the fault location isolation and system restoration. And we have advanced enhanced power line safety settings functionality targeted for 2024. Our advanced applications such as load flow and state estimation are in the design phase for initial pilot deployment in the coming year. As it pertains to grid and DER orchestration, we have the ability to mitigate distribution capacity constraints, essentially managing a single capacity constraint with a single participating DER or aggregation of DER. That's in deployment this year. And we look to have, kind of looking into the next one, 10 sites that are being utilized for grid services or flexibility in this calendar year 2024. And lastly, when it comes to CAISO coordination and advanced communication with CAISO, we don't have advanced communication deployed. However, the markets themselves have mechanisms. So for example, market participants notify CAISO in event of a local dispatch via modification of their bid or an outage. I'll just say that scaling of these functionalities is largely dependent on the performance on the initial use cases and initial trials, the readiness of, in the case of these initial control use cases of customers to be able to utilize the technology, and essentially the performance of the DERMS and how it works through the short-term forecasting. Is it accurate enough for us to rely on in order to manage a constrained distribution system in lieu of planned upgrades? We don't have a committed timeline for emerging use cases that are not yet defined, or neither technically or from a regulatory standpoint. But what we're really focused on is the foundational capabilities, and we need further clarity before we come up with a detailed implementation plan on where things go. So if we could move forward, I'll kind of go into the next section of our joint IOU presentation, which is really to identify where some of that clarity might be needed from a policy standpoint. You can move 2 slides forward. Great. So when it comes to where are the policy gaps for DER orchestration, or really think about it less in terms of policy gaps and more really what needs to be true for us to be able to unlock the opportunity that DER orchestration can provide. And I think we can all ground ourselves in that in order for DERs to effectively contribute to grid operations, DERs need to be reliable, cost effective, and they need to be able to perform the key functions, the key requirements at very targeted locations over time. They provide the sufficient locational value, the volume, the availability, and the dispatch assurance needed in order to offer grid services. And that policy plays a key role in ensuring that certainty, that assurance via the rules, the compensation mechanisms, the performance requirements, et cetera. So very foundationally across where we go next from a policy standpoint is we, at a high level, to establish a set of standard rules of engagement for participation in grid orchestration schemes or programs. And I would also put out there that these rules of engagement will need to be somewhat flexible over time, because I think it's we don't want to lock into a long-term fixed approach before some of the evolution of what works. In terms of what are the elements of these standard rules of engagement, I think there's an obvious one of the valuation. What is the value of these distribution services, and how can we determine cost effectiveness? And this is beyond, right? I do recognize that today we have some policy mechanism in the form of the distribution investment deferral framework and a number of utility pilots. But I'm so kind of beyond that. And so also important to note that the value of distribution services is dependent on the location, and also not just the time of day, but the value can change year to year over time as the characteristics of the grid change. We need to define the rules for, and I think Lorenzo was talking about this morning, but for how to allocate scarce capacity to new electrification loads? Who gets dispatched? Who gets curtailed? And what are the mechanisms by which we can interact and engage with multiple flexible service providers? That's the heterogeneous mix of technologies and vendors. How can we engage with multiple different through common services, common requirements? And what is the mode of that engagement? Right? We have bilateral contracts, price signals, retail rate design, flexibility markets, dispatchable programs, rules or allocation like first in, first out. And how might those different modes of engagement interact with each other? How does a price signal, for example, to some customers interact what you might have in flexibility markets? How will that work together? And that's I think the work ahead of us to look for. I had mentioned it before in the morning, but all of this needs to have a compelling value proposition for customers to participate. We need to win the right to be able to leverage flexibility that lives within a smart device. Through this process, we needed a determination of the roles, responsibilities, and the allocation of risks in this more dynamic and decentralized ecosystem. And that's codified in rules, tariffs, agreements. The performance requirements, the monitoring, the cybersecurity, the fail-safes, and maybe I'll just a moment of fail-safes. What happens when we lose communications? And obviously the measurement and verification. And the contingencies, and who's responsible for those contingencies in the event of either non-performance of a contracted asset or a participating asset, or even of a business failure. In the construct at the capacity at the wholesale market, right? There's the concept of a provider of last resort. What does that look like in a distribution context? And then, obviously, and this gets back to the engagement, but the establishment of customer programs that are targeted toward distribution grid needs. Today, there are not targeted programs. Almost all the customer programs are offered by utilities and other load serving entities are targeted toward energy system needs. So this is all kind of elements of the rules of engagement, you could say, of how we might interact with or how this ecosystem might work for local DER orchestration, all with the objective of providing unlocking additional values that DER services can provide when they are most cost effective. If you go to the next slide. The two additional elements that I wanted to bring up here, but the ability to connect and coordinate localized transmission grid needs with DER participation and engagement. And this is a cross-jurisdictional challenge between FERC and CPUC to align the planning processes and participation models for DER. And this is, again, less about market participation, more about grid. How might we defer local transmission or mitigate local transmission grid investment needs using DERs? There's not really a mechanism or a common set of rules, common set of assumptions that work across the T and D planning realm. And that's a gap. And then I think really important is the resolution of key equity and fairness issues that are presented by local capacity markets or local pricing. And I think the obvious one is if you start to put a price on local grid capacity, that price is going to be higher where capacity is constrained. And how we present that to customers, I think, is really important because folks didn't choose to live where they are based on how much grid capacity is available. And that's not the rate structure that we work with today, where we charge different people different rates or different values based on where they are. And so there's some very important equity considerations. That also goes for consideration of impact of all of these policies have on customers without DERs or without load flexibility. Not everyone is able to participate. Today, PG&E, for example, has 900,000 DERs interconnected to our system. or not just generation DERs, mostly solar. But we also have another 4.1 million customers who do not have solar. And so how do we make sure that any considerations or compensation mechanisms or pricing or flexibility markets are fair? And then the last thing is around any design to mitigate the impact of market power. And this is mostly related to the construct of a market in a radial distribution system. At the end of the line, there might only be one DER that can mitigate the constraint or mitigate the need. Obviously, there's inherent market power in being the only one. And so how do you design a system that has sufficient liquidity, or if markets are going to be the mechanism, such that single entities are not able to exercise market power? If we go to the next slide. So the last set of gaps is really related to, and I think it came up earlier this morning, on the gaps, the coordination gaps, and what will be required for orchestration across the energy system, represented today by in California by the CAISO, or the markets, and distribution system operators and the various players. And so I think there's two elements to that. Element number one is, at a minimum, that coordination and communication is required to scale DER participation while at the same time maintaining safety and reliability. That's kind of the table stakes, and there's gaps even here. And then I think there's a hypothesis on many of us that there's value to more optimally deploy and operate DERs across multiple value streams, and that's where orchestration is required. So a couple key points here is that we need a common framework for wholesale market participation, or at least a converging framework. Today, we have a patchwork of market participation that includes direct participation of DERs, mostly represented by a wholesale distribution tariff. We have participation in markets via load serving entities. We have participation via the de facto DSO, the IOUs. We have mostly pilots, but price signals that are being handed down via real-time pricing and other retail rates. We have out-of-market dispatches represented by ELRP. And we have a handful of VPP pilots. And I would also say we have the DERA, which is mostly unused tariff, which is a market mechanism. So I think we have lots of different elements and potential futures, but some of them might be incompatible. I think people noticed or noted before, folks from CAISO and otherwise, there's information sharing is needed across market actors. And I think the three key market actors that I have in mind is the grid operator, the independent system operator, and then the market participants. We mentioned before that the grid impact of DER market participation and other dynamic participation methods is unknown to grid operators today. Essentially, the electric distribution system operator does not have any visibility if a retailer or other entity has load modifying programs on how that impacts the distribution grid. And then kind of inversely, the market participants need to understand the local conditions such that they can signal to the CAISO through their obligation, or through their bids or through their outage process, whether they will be able to reach the market. And there's some gaps there. And I think the big question, I know it's been addressed to a certain extent in some other policy forums, but the prioritization between the local needs of the distribution system and the energy system, and the mechanisms by which we would coordinate across those various needs. What's the sequence of committing resources across various services, and the procedures for out of sequence dispatch, for example, if there's emergent conditions and emergency perspective. I'm going to transition here. That's kind of a pretty laundry list and fairly daunting list of some of the gaps. And I would say that what needs to be true to unlock this area. Then we'll pass it over to, I think SDG&E is going to present some of the next steps that we see together.
All right. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chris Franco. I'm an electric distribution operations team lead at SDG&E, working under Kirsten Peterson in the control center. If you could go to the next slide, please. All right, so the recommendation for next steps, it begins with resolving the previously stated policy gaps and developing a solid framework for market participation. We believe that this would be best achieved by forming working groups or task forces to collaboratively identify jurisdictional responsibilities and needs which would enable advanced orchestration as envisioned and discussed in Workshop 1. We can then develop a regulatory framework which is adaptable to future technological advancements, supporting scalability, interoperability, and seamless integration of new DERs. To do this, it will require a commitment to deploying customer-facing pilot projects, as well as defining each party's role in removing any potential barriers to the deployment of these pilots. Developing these intersecting pilots and learning from them, it will influence what our regulatory framework will look like. Sharing practices and lessons learned from these targeted pilot programs across all IOUs, the energy division and stakeholders will allow us to discover the most successful paths towards a more robust solution or solutions. If you could go to the next slide, please. And so through these pilots, we can gradually introduce advanced orchestration through our collective learned experiences and technological maturity. It'll also allow us to take an iterative approach and refine our processes, creating a stable and reliable operational framework. We see this as requiring continued coordination with CAISO to facilitate access to opportunities at both transmission and distribution level and determine how to ensure operational needs are met. And we would like to point out that ensuring equity will continue to be important in this developed framework, and this collaborative process will also ensure broader fairness. So ultimately, collaboration, time, and commitment to pilots is what's needed to allow us to act methodically and determine the best paths forward. There's already value achieved in the joint IOU, ED, and stakeholder workshop processes, and ED's role as facilitators of this progress. It's really helpful to drive the success forward. So that was brief, but yeah. In closing.
I think you guys hit your time mark just about right on the dot. So I want to thank all the presenters here. You've put together and I think done quite an excellent job articulating your progress in, well, the work that you've been doing so far. So hats off and thanks to the folks who worked on this presentation, put the time in on making material accessible. We did have, it's good. We've had a number of questions come up in the chat. I think the first one is broader, kind of speaking to the fundamental term and vision that the IOUs and others have used on orchestration. So this was from Richard saying, I think this is a good starting point for the discussion. Richard asked what, to the IOUs, what this term means. And just understanding so it's clear and consistent across folks. And I think we'd offer to take the first attempt by Ari on responding to that.
Yeah, this is Michael Berigian from SEE. I can take a stab, and if the other IOUs want to add to it, please feel free. So grid orchestration is pretty much the culmination of all of the capabilities that we identified here, the 7 different categories. All of those capabilities coming together in a uniform and coordinated fashion to maximize value to the grid. So visibility of DERs, grid analysis, forecasting, the communication, scheduling, and dispatch. Grid orchestration also includes the programmatic or the market-related functions. The details are really going to depend on the policy, but determining for a specific need, whether it's generation or load, What is the optimal way to meet that need? Is it the resource closest to the need or something else? And also, how should the compensation be derived for that specific service? But essentially, the grid orchestration is, all 7 of those categorical capabilities that we defined working together for a collective goal.
I think I want to try and handle this way and see first if the representatives from the other IOUs have further comment to build on that, and then take feedback from various different participants here. But seeing Richard's hand up first, but let's see from the other IOU folks, anything you want to clarify, expand on that. Okay, not seeing or hearing anything yet. Richard, you have a follow-up question or comment?
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to the, I know we've had a subsequent scoping memo, but just thinking back to the terms in which the high DER proceeding originally started, it was talking about, I think, if I remember correctly, the optimal integration of DERs. That was the kind of language that was used in the original OIR. And it sounds like what I think SCE described is really that concept. It sounds like DER orchestration is really being used as a equivalent or a synonym for optimally integrating DERs into the grid or into the market. I think that's more of a comment rather than a statement, but happy for any responses. Perhaps Gabe has a view.
Gabe, do you want to take the question on the scope of the proceeding? I think if not, I can take my crack at my understanding of it, but I think you're more the authority here.
Sure. I mean, the perspective of the proceeding is that there's the penetration of DER is sort of at a inflection point, and it's not a question of how much DER do we need, but how do we maximize the value that DER can create, but also minimize any of the downsides that it can create. And so rather than looking at it as, something to be either encouraged or discouraged, it's more about how do we leverage it to benefit all, meaning benefit the DER owner, but also benefit the ratepayer and also the DSO operator. So I think how you described it is still consistent with the objectives of the proceeding.
Okay, Richard, you started the question. You have any further comment?
Well, I guess just that's kind of a broad term. So it's almost like DER orchestration it sounds like an objective or a goal, which is to, I guess I still think of it as optimally integrate DERs. And I think that's what Gabe is saying. It's just that I guess sometimes when I hear orchestration being used, it seems to be, you have a collection of DERs. It could be a collection of homes, could be even bigger than that, but there's a device that sort of controls them. So it could be within a home, there's a device that switches one DER off or one load off to ensure that the home as a whole stays within a particular load limit. So it almost seems like there's also this more operational definition of orchestration, which is that there's some device that probably automated that is controlling different DERs. And I don't know, maybe they come to the same thing eventually, but it feels like one is a mechanism, DER orchestration, and another, the way it was defined just then by SCE, is more of a goal, optimal integration.
Well, I'd like to maybe go a little further and say that I think that at least what I think of DER orchestration is the intelligent coordination and management of decentralized energy assets, which we typically think of as DER, to optimize their collective performance to maximize grid efficiency, reliability, and resilience. So it's really different than what we have now. I mean, what we have now is a set of rules and tariffs that say, what do you get if you interconnect a DER? Well, you get a certain, retail rate compensation, you get a certain export compensation. And these are relatively static terms and conditions. There's not a lot of play. And it's predictable, but it's also not intelligent. And I don't mean that as a criticism. It's just there's nobody minding it and saying, well, what do we need over here and how do we get it? And all these resources are sitting here waiting for someone just to ask them to contribute, but that takes a lot of technological capability development and an intelligent design. But it does take control. I think that's the key word that you brought up earlier, is control. So maybe we can see if utilities agree or disagree with that definition of orchestration.
No, this is perfect. We've got good discussion going on here. We had a couple of hands raised, and then I agree, Gabe. I think we want to come back to the utilities as we get more feedback and get their comments. I think Lorenzo had his hand up next.
Okay, thanks. This is a really great discussion. I think I feel pretty aligned with what Gabe described as orchestration as really a process or a set of activities that go to intelligent coordination of the activities of DERs within a local area to be able to accomplish certain objectives. I would want to avoid too much reliance on terms like optimization, because when I think about optimization, I think about, an objective function. ISO runs its market optimization to minimize cost, to balance supply and demand, et cetera. On distribution, I think we've yet to define exactly what optimization means. I think there are many potential flavors, and I don't want to assume that we know what we're saying when we say optimization. And I'm having that discussion in some other jurisdictions as well. And then the other thing I would say is not to overemphasize control, because not everything has to be done by control. Some things do, like, frequency regulation needs very quick response, but price signals are not controls. They're things that a DER has the ability to follow in one way or not. So I think, words that are too deterministic, I would be careful about at this point, because we're still in the process of figuring out what are all the ingredients of orchestration. But I think seeing it as a process for intelligent coordination, to me, is a good starting concept.
Ali, I saw, you had your hand up next, and I know we have some other questions in the chat, but I think we want to follow on the orchestration topic for a little while, make sure we get as much out of this as we can. So go ahead, Ali.
Jay, we have been talking about that most of the DERs are owned by end-use customers at the edge of the grid. A lot of the value gets captured at the wholesale market, where the overall energy gets scheduled, especially with the wind and solar that are variable and require a lot of balancing and a lot of services that could come from the DERs. So looking at two ends, customers, the wholesale market, and everything in between. The orchestration is to orchestrating all the operations in between so that the end-use DERs can provide services that supports grid distribution reliability and supports the bulk market in a balancing fashion for renewables as well as the economic side of it. So this term orchestration is all encompassing, is a very broad term that how do we coordinate and orchestrate operations that from one end you have customer-owned assets that they're operating under tariffs and contracts and things of that nature. And then you have the grid in between, and you have the bulk power markets that clears most economic resources, and then things in between. So it is a very broad concept, and a lot of the comments made applies, but I just want to highlight that this is a pretty important and fundamental issue to orchestrate from end use customers all the way to the wholesale markets.
Thanks for that. Any other from the participants here? Any other comments on this topic? And then I think turn it back to some of the IOU folks for your feedback, but let's see if we have other questions or responses. Gabe's giving, I believe, is that your definition here in the chat?
Just putting it in chat what I said verbally, and I agree that coordination and management doesn't automatically mean control. It can mean control, but it can also mean price signals, which can achieve the same result.
Claire, you have your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to emphasize the point that I made in the chat. This is Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. You know, there's no question we're all concerned that there be the reliability of the grid and that DER integration is done effectively for that. But to me, the big missing piece we didn't hear from the utilities was how DER can benefit ratepayers in terms of minimizing or at least right-sizing investments in distribution and transmission infrastructure. And I would remind people of the Public Advocate's Office study of electrification impact in showing that integrating electric vehicles effectively could halve the projected costs that we're facing with electrification, as just one example. So, you know, hopefully we'll move in further discussion this afternoon to think about what would it take to unleash the potential of DERs to address the electricity price crisis in California, which is driven largely by distribution and transmission investments. Thank you.
Maybe Kevin, you want to go first, and then I see Alex's hand up too. Is you want to offer any further? Kevin, yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah. I just wanted to voice support for what Claire was saying. We definitely agree that DERs will have a impact on the transmission system and how we plan that out for the future. But just thinking ahead, or maybe we might want to consider that there are other CPUC proceedings that look at the planning of the electricity grid, and there's the CPUC IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan proceeding, that is useful in understanding the future grid needs, and that's informed by the CEC's long-term load forecast that's developed in the IPER, the name's failing me, but that's an input into the ISO's transmission planning process. So, just making sure that we're staying on task for this particular proceeding, and making sure that the transmission planning, as it relates to distributed energy resources, is handled in the existing proceedings that feed into that process. But definitely agree that we should consider those impacts.
Sorry, I'm talking on mute. Alex, your turn to weigh in and respond.
Yeah, I actually want to echo or fully underscore and agree with Claire's sentiment. And I think that the purpose of today's, and I think the first workshop largely focused on some of the opportunities. And I just, maybe to restate, today's workshop was around more of the gaps, and I think that's what our today's focus was on. But I will just say, we wholeheartedly believe that DERs and load flexibilities are an important part of the solution, in particular to address electrification growth. And so I think just to recognize, and maybe to go back to some of the comments that were covered in the first workshop, where on behalf of PG&E, we see a huge amount of load growth that is challenging our system, that requires changes in planning, which the track 1 of this proceeding is addressing, and the opportunity to leverage flexibility inherent in some of this electrification growth, as well as in the DERs, is definitely the opportunity that we're trying to solve for. I want to agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment, and I think what was presented here as gaps are the things that must be true in our perspective in order to make that happen. And so I think, yeah, that's the point I'm looking to kind of in response.
Thanks for that. Brad, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, thanks, Brad Hebner, Kelsa. I'm thinking about the locational concentration of opportunities to get benefits from DER orchestration. The good side about all this is that, the whole theory is a lot of small systems all doing the same thing can have a big impact. But when it's a small thing for each customer, the value to each customer may be marginal. It's the challenge we've had with some of the grid services program, that for each participating customer, it's kind of small value. You add it all up and it's great. But there's that. And then if the programs or the contracts or the opportunities aren't lasting for a long time, it's hard to put in the effort or get the commitment from customers or just make it work to do this type of activity, invent new things. And so the more long-term that the contract or the program or the opportunity is, the easier it is to get customer engagement and really make this work. The challenge we've had is the hotspot of today isn't necessarily the hotspot of tomorrow, and that's always it makes it short term and then less inviting for people to really jump in. And I'm wondering, I have a question for the utilities, is how much there are locations that you look at and you think this is long-term, no regrets area. We know that this is going to be a challenging location more than others, that we can kind of count on having some type of program or service opportunity available in the longer term. And any amount of activity we have will be no regrets, because there's going to be a need there for a very long time.
Did you have a specific you called out broadly? We've got a number of different representatives from the IOUs, but I guess, does anyone want us to take that question? Silence. Well, first, we're going to have more follow-up discussion on this overall for our for the group this afternoon. So Brad, maybe if you want to pose your question in the chat, people can take a look at that and come back. We can bring that forward again later at our wrap-up discussion. So that's one thread we want to make sure we capture. Then I guess on this topic of orchestration, we did have a number of kind of comments, questions talking about this being a process versus an objective in the agreement. So I guess, Richard, do you want to maybe just share a little bit about that, and then we can move to a different topic in closing the session?
No, I think we've arrived at a good place. There seems to be a reasonable consensus around orchestration being a process, I think, rather than an objective. And I think Gabe had included a pretty good definition of orchestration in the chat.
Excellent. Okay. I did, during the presentation, there were a couple of questions on the topic of mask load versus true load. So I want to make sure we cover that here as well. I think, Lorenzo, you started this off, so maybe if you want to just any further discussion, clarification, your question, and then I think Ari from the IOU said folks would take it up. So Lorenzo, if you want to add anything, clarify your question.
Thanks. Well, in terms of operation of the system, what matters most to the distribution operator is what comes across the meter, what's happening at that point. And there are some reasons, architectural reasons, why just defining the interface at the meter rather than knowing what's going on behind the meter may make for a more manageable operational framework. So I guess when I hear that somehow seeing this true load, which is the actual consumption as distinct from any production that's happening behind the meter, well, what's the reason for that? I'd like to understand better why that seems to be necessary, because to me, I think we want to move towards a layered structure where the interface at the point of interconnection is really the essential data and criteria, which can be managed through interconnection requirements and inverter settings and that sort of thing. So just a little bit more expansion on the need would be appreciated.
All right, I don't, if you want to take that up, I have a couple of real life examples that may provide some insight here as well. But Ari, if you want to go first.
And from the utility side, I'm going to throw in a couple of points. This is Kirsten from SDG&E.
Yeah, Kirsten's going to take this. Thanks for raising it, Jay.
Sure.
Cool. Yeah, so I'll share a couple points, and then definitely interested to hear your ads as well, Jay. But from the utility perspective, we had 3 areas just to point out on where true load has added a lot of value or can add a lot of value. One of them being on the short-term forecasting side. So, when you're only looking at the single customer meter, you're seeing that combination of if they have behind the meter DERs, whether it be PV or energy storage of some kind. So when you take into account the variability of weather, so if we have like a cloudy day, suddenly the the PV output's different. We see a different load there. So being able to differentiate like that true load from the net load can help us have better day-ahead forecasts for short-term forecasting. Another one on the visibility point, which we talked to a bit. So in a case where we have like an outage on the system, where those behind the meter assets trip offline, that information of like what the actual load is valuable for preventing that overloads on the system when we are re-energizing, if we need to go into abnormal circuit configurations, where we do truly need to know what is the load, even if we lose whatever their behind the meter asset is. And then a point on analytics too. So, different DER assets are going to have their own unique behaviors, characteristics. So there may even be a combination of DERs that are on the load side of the meter. Without being able to differentiate those, we might have to be more conservative in the decisions that are made based off of that metering point. And yeah, if anyone else on the utility side wants to add anything to that, otherwise we can pass it back to your ads, Jay.
Sam, you had not hearing anyone else on the utility side. Sam, a couple things. I want to we're close to time on this panel. I did want to just highlight, really bring back to your recommendation slide, and just try and close us out with a discussion. At least if I look at the recommendations 2 slides, what the IOUs have identified as the gaps, the first 2 bullet points. And if you can offer more specific thoughts on what you see those gaps are. I think you talk about the need for working groups and pilots, but haven't provided a lot of specificity on what those would look like. So I guess, again, thinking through, you were helping write the final order, the commission directing new action, what areas would you want to focus attention on? And I see the other hands up. So I think folks can type their comments, questions in the chat. I want to keep on time, but also bring this with a focus on the gaps that the IOUs see. So I'm not sure which forgetting who was closing the presentation from the IOUs, but if you guys want to bring up your final your slides on recommendations.
I think Serena is driving the slide. So Serena, if you could
Sorry,
go
can you
back.
go back to two slides? I think it's actually the first slide I'm recommending. Okay. So if I look at these two here, resolving the policy gaps, develop intersecting pilots, you're identifying these as the key gaps that you see. I guess what I ask, can you help for the group here understand specifically which topics the working group and task force should address and which pilots you're looking for? No one wants to take that up here? Or I guess, we're gonna have a closing discussion as well. Maybe if you guys want to confer some and bring that back to the group at that point. Because I know actually we're, I think, up at time for this panel.
Yeah, I mean, at a very high level for really where we see the recommendations is a lot of that process is what, like, as utility working with Gridworks Energy Division is like, we really need to come up with those. That's why one of the points on the first one was like to actually have a kind of a task force or group that's determining this, what those pilots are. Personally at SDG&E, we haven't had a lot of the customer facing programs, which I think going through those sort of pilots will help us establish a framework of like what are the policies we need to be able to enable this. So I do think that a big takeaway with this is just that time and collaboration to come up with like what are the key roles and responsibilities, and then what pilots can we start all of the utilities to actually like test out the framework we come up with. And especially getting into our third workshop where we will start to have some recommendations come out, we'll, I'd say, have like more of a chance to flesh out some of that to work with you all on. And I think another just recommendation which we have tied in on that next page is this facilitation and like doing these sort of check-in or these sort of workshops are helping to really define what that framework needs to be.
Thanks, Kirsten. I know this has been a good discussion. Fortunately, we're out of time. We want to keep to our timelines here. Again, I want to encourage please throw your comments, questions in the chat. We'll see how much we can take up in our final discussion, well, both the next panel and the final discussion as well. So I want to thank again the panelist presenters for the work you put in, everyone, your thoughts in the discussion. I think it's very lively. That's what we're looking for here. And let's move. I think we have a short break planned and then moving into the advocates parties panel. So thanks all.
Great. And I think this says 15-minute break, but let's keep it at 12 and still be 12 minutes and still be back by 2:40 p.m. All right, welcome back, everyone. Can wait a minute for folks to trickle in. Okay, we are going to jump into our advocate panel. And as a reminder, if you have any clarifying questions, questions or other comments for our panelists, please go ahead and put them in the chat as they come up for you, and we'll be sure to work through them during Q&A, as well as using Slido to answer our workshop question. Slido information is on all of the slides, and I've just put a reminder of what our workshop 2 question is in the chat. And so with that, we're going to kick off our advocate panel. The format of this is going to be slightly different than with our utility folks. We'll do a brief bit of Q&A after each of the Public Advocates Office presentation and UCAN's presentation. And then we'll have some larger Q&A at the end. So with that, I'd like to turn things over to Amin Yunus from the Public Advocates Office.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Looks like my microphone is working, so stop me if you can't hear anything. My name is Amin Yunus. I'm with the Public Advocates Office at the Public Utilities Commission, and I'm a utilities engineer in the distribution planning and policy section. Next slide, please. So today, we're going to take kind of the opposite approach for anybody who remembers our presentation last month, where I kind of stepped through what our view was of every operation needed. Today, we're going to focus on a single gap related to a single operation needed, and really drill down on the details there and talk about what it might look like to address that gap. So that the operation I'm going to talk about is, in our terms, setting policy on, authorizing and implementing interconnection, establishing DER operating limits, and setting smart inverter requirements. I think in the phrasing that was used earlier, this might be called the open access to distribution system operation. But however you phrase it, there's a need to establish the DER operating limits, and that's what I'll focus on today. The gap, as we view it, is that DER operating limits are often too stringent, and DERs are thus not allowed to operate as and when would be most societally optimal because of the restrictions are a bit too tight. This can be caused by at least two different things. The first is inaccurate data. Sometimes this could be coming from the integration capacity analysis, or ICA. And additionally, this could come from overly conservative limits. And I'll just note here that this applies to both imports and exports. So at present, imports and exports each have a single separate value of grid capacity. Say you have a 25 kilowatt connection for imports, and you have, say, a 10 kilowatt export limit. That applies every hour of the year, regardless of the actual grid conditions. And that value, or those two values, are based on the minimum annual capacity for imports and exports at your specific location. As you can imagine, and as I'll talk about on the next few slides, this is quite conservative, as during most hours of the year, you have a larger capacity to import and or export energy than in that 1 hour that's driving the limit. So moving on to a high-level discussion of the status and recommendation that go along with this. Right now, the Commission is doing a lot of great work on having flexible export limits through the limited generation profiles, or LGPs, being developed in the interconnection proceeding. I worked on those, so it's something I know a bit about, and I'm going to use those as kind of an analogy for what could be done for a flexible import limit. And I'll also note that at present, flexible import limits are already being developed through a utility-led process. Southern California Edison has submitted an advice letter on the topic, which I will spare you the full name of, but you can see it on the slide if you want to look it up. And Pacific Gas and Electric, I know, is also investigating the same topic as well. I'm not sure about San Diego Gas and Electric, although I imagine they've been thinking about it too. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to build up to how limited generation profiles work by talking about the integration capacity analysis, and that is how limited generation profiles are established currently. So right now, the ICA records 288 values per year for interconnection locations, for many locations per feeder. I think it's each section of feeder. And that 288 values is made up of 12 months times a 24-hour profile for each month. So the daily profile that's the same every day of the month. So you can see on the left there, starting with January, the highlighted section there with the arrows between it is showing the hourly limit for every day in January. That same limit applies, you roll into February, and then the next limit applies. That profile looks a little bit different, so on and so forth. You can see as you get into July or August, those limits start to increase. That's because these are the limits for exports, and as load increases in the hot winter months, sorry, the hot summer months, the ability of the grid to absorb exported energy is increased. And you can see on the axis here that we're talking about the generation interconnection limit in megawatts. We can go to the next slide. So the way integration capacity analysis, or excuse me, the way limits are set based on integration capacity analysis right now is to use a single limit based on the lowest value among the 288. You can see that value picked off with a little star there, and then there's a dotted line in red below it. The dotted line is somewhat below it because there's this is for LGP, there's a 10% buffer. I can't recall whether that applies in general or just in the particular example that I'm basing this off of. And this isn't exactly how things are done for load. The ICA, I don't think, is used in load interconnections, but the same principle applies where you have this profile of what could be interconnected, and the allowed amount is based on the smallest value over the course of the year. We can move on to the next slide, please. So there's a significant amount of capacity that can be unlocked by moving from one single value for exports, and the same is true for imports, to multiple values. So what's happening in the development of LGP right now is moving from one value to 24 values per year for export limits. That's shown below in the blue line. And in this example, we have a single, a 24-hour profile that's applied to every single day of the year, the exact same profile. The draft resolution allows 3 different 24-value profiles, I believe, but it doesn't really, matter for this conversation exactly what that profile is. We're just talking in kind of abstract terms here about moving from one value to a profile with more than one value. And I think it's also worth thinking about how these limits are established. Are they set ahead of time, or are they set in real time, or are they some combination? So the draft resolution E5296 uses a combination. So there are preset limits that apply in typical conditions, but there are real-time curtailments that can happen under emergency grid conditions. So in real time, that amount could be curtailed back down to the red value temporarily. If the grid called for it. In principle, the values could be set entirely in real time. It would probably be hard to set those to preset those values without any room for deviation based on real-time conditions, because grid emergencies do tend to happen, at least sometimes. So with that, I will go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is just gonna kind of sum up. We move from the technical into what are the benefits and how could we do this? So we could see a commission decision, after the development of a record that leads to the use of flexible import limits as a standard for how the utilities move forward with their automated load control systems. And I'll just say here that automated load control systems, flexible interconnections, and flexible import limits all refer to the same thing. I prefer the language flexible import limits as it's, in my view, the most clear, and that's the language I'll continue to use, but it does have a variety of names. Using flexible import limits could provide a short-term benefit to ratepayers. We could see very quick benefit because the costs of paying for the grid would be spread across more units of energy sold, and that would tend to reduce prices. It would cause downward pressure on rates. I'll note here that the phrase downward pressure is important. It doesn't mean that rates are actually going to come down, because other factors can raise rates in net, like wildfire mitigations. But it means that rates will be lower than they otherwise would in the counterfactual where we don't develop flexible import limits. Now, customers in capacity constrained areas would see this benefit as well. They'll potentially see their rates go down if we develop flexible import limits. They see an additional benefit of being energized more quickly. So a group of DC fast chargers could have a partial energization, maybe not the full amount they want, but say in 75% of the hours of the year, they might get the 10 megawatts they want. And during the remaining 25% of hours of the year, they might only have access to, say, 7 megawatts. And that would be until the utility has the time to upgrade the grid to meet their energization requests. So this is called the quote-unquote bridge to wires. So in the long term, if flexible import limits spread, we would see that downward pressure on rates increase as more and more units of energy are sold that otherwise couldn't be sold. And that could cause, that would cause more and more downward pressure on rates and would cause more customers to be benefiting from the flexible import limits. And I think this is sort of touched on in the first bullet, although I didn't really say it, but if this is commission-led, we could expect a much more, I would expect a more standard approach than if the utilities are leading the process individually. So we're seeing a different process from Southern California Edison versus PG&E versus SDG&E. So that's part of the value that could be achieved by having this implemented through commission decision. It would lead to flexible import limits being standardized, which we view as a benefit, so that someone who buys a power control system doesn't have to worry about if they're in SCE territory or PG&E territory. The producers don't have to worry about it, and the installers don't have to worry about it. So we see the pretty recent UL 3141 standard for power control systems to be kind of a standard that could be used to implement power control systems. And we'll end with an open question of, is this a type of standard, for the standards experts out there, is this a standard that we should be moving towards for flexible import limits and flexible export limits, or are there different standards needed, different standard or standards needed? And that wraps up everything I have. So happy to move to Q&A.
Great, thanks, Amin. So I do want to just point to the chat, to your last point about the UL 3141 standards. Francis seems to have some thoughts. Francis, do you want to come off mute and share your comment?
Yes. For those that have not been involved in the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group, we've spent 2 years, in fact, doing exactly what you're proposing. We've done it for both import limiting as well as export limiting, so a much more flexible type of scheduling for export limiting. And what we've added is not just the fixed limit, import or export, that's part of the interconnection agreement or the service agreement for loads. We would have non-firm limits that would be authorized whenever possible by the DSOs. And this provides that flexibility that at the moment is not there in either export or LGP or import limits, because it's sort of fixed when the agreement is made. And that is not really realistic, because things just do change. So there can be a firm limit, but then this additional non-firm limit capacity that the site might have, that would be authorized. So we have published, well, it's about to be published on the service list. It is available on a SharePoint site, Verdant SharePoint site, but I think it addresses everything that you've asked for.
Great, thank you for that, and that's wonderful to hear.
Here I thought we wouldn't solve any problems in today's workshop, but there we go. Any other questions or comments for Amin on his presentation or anything else? And we will have more time for Q&A once all of our advocate presenters have gone. So if you come up with a new question, this is not your last opportunity. Okay, Sam, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. It's great to hear your presentation. I mean, completely on board with it. I'll just note in terms of process, while very good to be going here, we did start discussing this in 2017 in the interconnection proceeding. So it's only been 7 years to get to this point. But that is real progress, and it's good to see that moving forward.
Okay, great. With that, I think we will move on to our next presenter. We have Samuel Golding representing, actually, sorry, before we move on to you, Samuel, Gabe, you have a comment.
Yeah, great presentation. I mean, if we can go back one slide. What would be your vision of, say, the procedural path forward to achieve your vision? How would you go about that?
Well, that's a tough question. I think that there's, I guess, ooh, you really tripping me up here.
Sorry.
I guess after what Francis said, though, hopefully it's just following the process that was intended to follow the SIOWG. So it sounds like there's already a lot of record that's been built on this. I don't know if there needs to be discussion around, I imagine there needs to be some, so starting from the SIOWG working group report, I think there probably would need to be likely more stakeholder discussions. I'm not sure exactly all that's been discussed in there already. In order to build enough of a record around the number of points, the standard set, the number of unique points per year, the standard set. I think thinking back to the process that happened in the interconnection proceeding, I think a lot of that ended up being developed through the advice letter process, which was that record was built through the advice letter process. There were a number of resolutions, and that was very time consuming. I think a more direct approach would probably be better. So I don't know. I don't know. Really, I can't say more than that at this point.
Okay, no, thank you. And the mentioned report, the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group report, it has been shared to the high DER service list. There hasn't yet been any kind of ruling requesting on the record comments. That will come later, hopefully very soon. And so there will be a chance for people to answer that question that I just asked, because that's one of the, I think, questions posed by the working group's report, which was, what's the procedural home to carry out this type of vision if the commission were to go there. So there's a lot more to talk about with that. Thank you.
Yep. I've added the link to the SIOWG working group report in the chat, so anybody can take a look at it as well.
Sorry, muted. In addition to potential future opportunities to comment on that report in this proceeding or others, we will also have a workshop 3 where we talk about the actions that we want to take following this workshop. So, more time to think about how you would want to see this issue addressed.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, so with that, for real this time, we'll move to Samuel Golding from the Utility Consumers Action Network. Samuel, I see you're on camera, so I'll pass things over to you.
Okay, thanks, Neha. I'm Samuel Golding, president of Community Choice Partners, consultant to UCAN, and I have to apologize again. I'm not going to be able to keep to 10 minutes, but next slide. Okay, so our goal is to discuss the existing gaps and barriers to the operational requirements we defined at the first workshop. Next slide. To recap those, UCAN's recommendations were to establish a new operating framework, the statewide platforms on the left here, to ensure reliable data access, communication across market entities, to provide for accurate tracking and monitoring of DER's assets, and to facilitate trading and scheduling DERs at the distribution grid level while coordinating with CAISO. Now, various other parties also discussed and identified these needs. UCAN I'll note that UCAN recommended the deployment of statewide platforms, so covering investor-owned utility territories and also including municipals that will elect to participate in order to maximize efficiency and cost effectiveness, to create and evolve a single set of market requirements that streamlines DER aggregator participation, and also to sidestep the utility market power concerns that would inevitably arise if each utility were to individually administer these functions in their territories. So I'll go over the gaps to the statewide functions first, and then move on to discussing the market reforms on the right-hand side, which we recommended to enhance the overall efficiency and cost effectiveness of operations within the new framework. Next slide. And okay. Okay, so as we were considering the gaps and barriers to highlight today, we decided we should focus on how ensuring reliable data access and communications, coupled with enhanced tracking and monitoring of DERs, is going to be necessary to get right first before deploying a distribution level market for trading and scheduling DERs. Because while there are DER market platforms that are commercially available to adapt and deploy today, our presentation last month highlighted real-world examples in other states and countries. Deploying the same sort of functions in California is going to first require that we understand and overcome some pretty systemic data quality and data access challenges. Next slide. As context, the current state of interchange between utilities and third parties in California is fairly fragmented and inefficient. Our presentation focuses on detailing those challenges, but what I'd like everyone to keep in mind here is that they relate to pretty simple use cases. So often an inability to provide customer usage data in a timely and reliable fashion, or failure to maintain accurate DER records, or even complete records of distribution assets. And when you consider how enabling innovative third-party DER services is going to require additional expanded data access across multiple utility systems, not just customer data, and how most DER owned by third parties will need to start providing data back to inform distribution operations, it becomes apparent how big a challenge this really is going to be and why addressing it on a statewide basis should be a critical priority. Next slide. So in terms of the policy context, the legislature has been consistent and clear that utility smart grid investments should provide for interoperability and enable innovation, not just by utilities, but third parties broadly. That procedures for third parties to access data should be reasonable, that utility market power should be guarded against, and that the utilities should fully support CCAs in particular, including by providing CCAs with access to smart meter data to the extent produced by the utilities' AMI systems. Next slide. So despite these statutory requirements, it's now well known that the utilities ignored CCA requests for timely access to smart meter interval data, and that this was actually a contributing factor to the 2020 rolling blackouts, which UCAN first pointed out in the extreme weather proceeding and was later confirmed by CAISO's root cause analysis. UCAN also demonstrated that the utilities collect and validate smart meter data every day, finishes loading, being validated and loaded into their meter data management systems at least 2 hours prior to CAISO's 10 a.m. day-ahead demand bin submission window, and that utilities were providing daily smart meter updates to their own contractors while ignoring their obligation to provide the same data to CCAs. So fast forward to present day, Edison and SDG&E have both implemented new platforms to begin providing updated smart meter data to CCAs every day. PG&E is still struggling to do so reliably and has proposed to hire an independent consultant to assess why that is, and that's pending a commission decision right now. However, there's still a 2-day lag on most of the data, which somewhat degrades its usefulness. And UCAN views this as still falling short of statutory obligations. Next slide. The situation is even worse for DER aggregators. It has been for years. These charts are from a recent utility API presentation in the CEC's load management standards docket. I'd encourage everyone to review that recording along with the California Efficiency and Demand Management Council's subsequent comments. Citations are at the bottom. There's also a list of references included at the end of these slides for everything that I've cited to here. In brief, the utilities have imposed data authorization processes that are so onerous that about half of customers give up and fail to complete authorizing data sharing with their DER aggregator. And relevant here is that the legislature required that third-party authorization processes needed to be reasonable in SB 1476, which was signed into law 14 years ago. On top of that, the platforms operated by the utilities apparently go offline without warning for tens to hundreds of hours a year. And there's a variety of non-trivial data quality and accuracy issues being reported by customers and aggregators like Ecobee and OhmConnect. That's the source of these figures and graphs you see on the screen. And it's not being addressed currently by the utilities in a timely or efficient fashion. Next slide. Cavala Analytics, the software company hired by the commission to provide bottom-up DER forecasts and track one of this proceeding, has also documented ways in which historic smart meter data sets generally require cleaning up and also include notable instances of inaccuracies and missing or physically impossible meter reads. The next few slides summarize Cavala's other data quality findings. Those are detailed in Appendix 3 of their report. There's a link to that study again in the appendix. Next slide. So looking beyond only customer data, Cavala also documented how utilities were actually missing key distribution grid data that really needs to be accurate and complete, obviously in advance of attempting to use DERs more systematically to manage overloads and optimize grid operations at a local level. Specifically, about 15% of feeders on average were missing across all the utilities, missing their associated substation bank, so the mapping exercise was compromised. And Edison was also missing a couple of hundred transformer bank readings. Next slide. Lastly, I'll note Cavala documented how 80% of battery storage interconnection records were missing their energy ratings, kilowatt hours, and also how capacity ratings contained records that were just clearly wrong, zeros or indications that multiple megawatts were installed in single residential homes. So there's a bit of a gap here in terms of needing to maintain an accurate and complete database tracking DER assets. There's apparently no quality control right now or oversight being exercised by the utilities. I'll also note that electric vehicle records needed to be sourced from the DMV. The utilities were also excited about that because that's a known data gap for them as well. More broadly, the challenges that Cavala faced in collecting all these data sets from different utility systems, linking them up to map out where the DERs were located, and what services those DERs could provide, and what the impacts were for individual customers and local grid at a granular transformer and feeder and substation level is highly relevant to our discussions, because we can view that exercise as a crash course, a first attempt at creating the type of comprehensive relationships and database, not just for one utility, but across all of them, that California is going to need to operate a high DER grid in any sort of systemic and efficient way. And what that exercise revealed, apart from the missing or obviously wrong bits of data, is that there's a number of additional deficiencies that are revealed when you try and link all the data from different systems together. So it really drives home the need to establish a comprehensive model and a format for all required data, along with standardized communications to exchange it and an accurate database tracking the location and capabilities of DER assets. UCAN's presentation last month highlighted solutions being deployed right now in other states and countries. the New England Data Hub Initiative and the DER Register in Australia, for example. And we're looking forward to feedback and refinements on those in the next workshop. Next slide. Okay, moving on to the market reforms we're recommending. One more, Neha. Thank you. Okay, so to recap here, our recommendation was that smart meters in CAISO's day-ahead market shift from hourly to 15-minute settlement intervals to support tighter supply-demand balancing, and also potentially 5-minute intervals for subsets of DER and demand flex customers, which would also require a coordinated mechanism to be put in place between the utilities and CCAs, ESPs, and DER aggregators. CAISO actually developed a proposal to shift the day-ahead market to 15-minute intervals back in 2018. That was later set aside, so perhaps CAISO could weigh in on why that was and the merits of dusting that off. Regardless, right now under current market rules, load-serving entities are allowed to settle load on a 15-minute interval basis. So an initial step could be to reprogram smart meters, standardize the provision of 15-minute interval data for all customers to LSEs, and that could allow for some level of additional operational efficiencies and enable new retail product and pricing innovations. We've included a couple of citations to utility reports in the appendix, EPIC Report 1.14 and a PG&E Verigy consulting study indicating that those AMI networks do have additional communications capacity to support expanded data collection volumes, and also that more granular data could be being collected from specific subsets of DER customers as well. So more broadly here, we see just the need for enhanced oversight to ensure that grid modernization investments begin kind of proactively enabling non-utility innovation in DER services and customer engagement for CCAs and ESPs and DER aggregators. Next slide. Okay, here, so expanding supplier consolidated billing would allow non-utility load-serving entities to offer more innovative services and products to customers without being limited by what utility billing systems can or can't support. And that would be accomplished while still preserving the customer benefit of only receiving a single bill each month. ESPs are already allowed to do this. They're allowed to perform consolidated billing. They can also send separate supply bills to customers, dual billing. So the data sharing and the business processes necessary to do this in practice are already established across all the utilities. Our recommendation is to extend these billing options to CCAs as well. There's a related need here to revise utility terms and conditions for consolidated billing, because right now they require ESPs to pay the utilities in full, even if the customer hasn't paid. And that's non-symmetrical, obviously. This is a significant barrier, and it should be replaced with an alternative and more fair requirement. Next slide. Okay, so deploying load management standards, load management standard compliant dynamic rates is obviously a critical initiative. And we do have some concerns regarding the timelines and extent to which utilities will actually do so. First off, Edison suggested delaying their deployment by up to 5 years in their LMS implementation plan filed with the CEC. So UCAN brought this to the Commission's attention in the demand flex proceeding, and the Commission ruled against the proposed delay. Pardon me. Secondly, UCAN is concerned that both PG&E and SDG&E proposed in their CEC implementation plans submitting the transmission component of their dynamic retail rate design to FERC for approval and subsequently to the Commission for approval. And the problem is that that would result in essentially forcing the Commission to rubber stamp whatever FERC had already approved based on utility proposals. And based on comments that PG&E has made, UCAN's concern is that the utility proposed rates may not actually be very dynamic. SCE, to its credit, proposed the opposite process, proposed having the CPUC approve its transmission retail rate design and then submit it to FERC for approval. So UCAN, again, in the demand flex proceeding, brought this to the Commission's attention and recommended that the Commission oversee the design of dynamic transmission retail rates for all 3 utilities, not just Edison. We're awaiting a proposed decision on that issue. More broadly, we also explained that FERC typically defers to state regulators on issues of retail transmission rate design in restructured markets like California. We cited 2 examples where states actually allocate transmission costs to LSEs directly so that those LSEs, competitive suppliers primarily, can collect the necessary revenues from customers, but have the flexibility to do so through more innovative rates and products that help shape load and avoid transmission peaks. We suggested that the future grid workshops here evaluate whether California should do the same. The advantage would be that it would provide CCAs and ESPs with stronger price signals to use in offering dynamic rates and in managing DERs in ways that lower transmission network peaks. Next slide. Okay, our last recommendation is for community scale distribution interconnected DERs, 5 megawatts and under, to be allowed to be counted as load reducers for CCAs and ESPs, including for lowering peak demand for transmission cost allocation. Those assets would operate under the CPUC's jurisdiction instead of registering as a supply resource with CAISO. But right now, utilities are the only entities positioned to fully monetize the benefits of DERs under that sort of framework. I've cited 2 excerpted here an Edison proposal that for deployment of utility-owned storage under this type of framework. So our recommendation is for the Commission to extend that framework to CCAs and ESPs. That doing so would create a market in which CCAs and ESPs would be financially incentivized to contract for potentially significant amounts of new distribution and interconnected DERs, which would be intelligently dispatched at the right times to maximize cost savings for customers and the grid as a whole. And next slide. And that's it. Questions? Thank you.
Great, thanks, Samuel. So noting we have a couple comments in the chat. Sam, yours looks like more of a comment than a question, but I will invite you to come off mute if you'd like to say more about your comment.
Thank you. It was just a comment. I was really glad to hear Samuel talk about the transmission reform there. That's been a long-standing concern for a number of ratepayer advocates. First raised with CAISO, who was then waiting for the CPUC to take action on transmission access charge reform, with proposals both to make time of delivery adjustments and proposals to reflect the sourcing and procurement of the energy in terms of its actual cost impact on transmission for appropriate cost allocation and procurement. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Sam. Anthony, similarly, I see that you've put a question in the chat, but I invite you to come off mute if you'd like to share your question verbally as well.
Yeah, I was wondering, just listening to a little bit of your talk about the challenges facing basically data access and the data that's being obtained. And it also a bit refers to some of the presentations from the ISOs. I was just curious, in terms of validating this data, what is going to be needed and who will be, performing all these validations to make sure that the data that's being used either in the DMS is able to allow for the streamlining of the process of sending these signals out and forecasting DERs. Who's going to be going through the process of making sure that that data is usable, and how are we determining the criteria basically to assess the processes that are being used by the different IOUs to make sure they're consistent, and making sure that they're leading to data that is accurate and reflective of the distribution system when they're making these decisions?
That's a very good question. Well, so we've proposed leveraging the technologies and practices that other markets have successfully deployed and are scaling commercially. And so there is an ecosystem of specialized companies that support these sorts of advanced market functions and work with the utilities to ensure that the data is being parsed and validated and made available in a timely fashion. So I don't have specific recommendations regarding the companies that operate in that ecosystem, but we could devote a bit of research into that.
Great, thank you, Anthony and Samuel. Pause a moment to see if there's any other questions or comments in response to Samuel's presentation before we move on to our next speakers. And again, we do have additional time for Q&A after all the speakers. Yes, Claire.
Thanks, Neha and Samuel. This, to me, is a really critical operational gap, is having, we all voted for being able to visualize and have some awareness of DERs, but if we don't have a basic level of data quality, it's sort of hard to move to the next step of usable visualization. So, I think Samuel makes a compelling case that business as usual is not likely to yield that quality of data. So I guess, in addition to Samuel's constructive suggesting that there could be, I assume, an independent third party who could either oversee, is that what you're suggesting? An independent third party that would oversee this kind of statewide critically necessary data?
Yeah, so our suggestions are to kind of establish a unified data model. This is the data hub concept where stakeholders define the model, define the data format for every kind of type of data necessary to operate a distribution level market for DERs, and also define a common API to use to transfer that data between parties in a secure and authorized fashion. And then a stakeholder process, presumably, that evolves the API and the data model definitions over time, coupled with similarly a defined set of fields that needs to be recorded and validated for tracking all the different types of DER assets, and then processes put in place so that those databases are populated and maintained. We suggest that deploying those would be most efficiently accomplished on a statewide basis, again, first across all the investor-owned utility territories, and also for any municipals that elect to participate. Again, other markets have made great strides in deploying these. Could be adapted for California and kind of centrally overseen or facilitated, perhaps by the CEC.
Great, thanks, Samuel. And just a plug for you all to come back to workshop 3 in April. where we will be taking another crack at, now that we've identified our gaps, what are some potential solutions? So more time for everyone to think about potential ways to address data gaps. Okay, with that, Samuel, I'm going to let you off the hook, and I'm going to bring in Lorenzo Christoph from the Climate Center to share some brief remarks.
Okay, thank you. Lorenzo Christoph, I'm an independent consultant working with the Climate Center in this proceeding. I don't have slides to entertain you. I didn't prepare any, but I will try to speak in a hypnotic monotone so that you can all relax and wake up when I'm done feeling completely refreshed and believing that what I have to say are your own ideas. As we think about a high DER future, I want to emphasize, first of all, as a starting point, that how we choose to define and prioritize operational needs and gaps depend on the perspective we're taking regarding DER growth. And I would distinguish two important perspectives, which I'll call A and B. A is the perspective that DERs are a problem and basically disruptive to system operations, planning, markets, regulatory, revenue models, business models. This is things that I've been thinking about since I first started to see some of the distributed generation appear in ISO markets many years ago. And then the main issue becomes, well, how do we manage these problems? Perspective B is to realize that DERs are necessary for achieving California's energy, environmental, and equity goals, that we really can't get there without a substantial contribution from DERs. And moreover, the DER growth is inevitable because performance keeps improving while costs keep going down, versatility keeps improving. So the attractiveness of these things will keep going up. Both perspectives, A and B, have some validity. I'm not dismissing A, but I do feel that A has been getting most attention up to now. That is, here are all the issues that DERs raise for operations and so on. How do we manage those things so that they don't do harm? Important, but if we emphasize A primarily, then we overlook getting the biggest potential benefits. And if we do that, then as the DERs continue to grow anyway, because customers want them, and we're not prepared to really release their greatest benefits through incentives and opportunities, then we end up with a system in which the DER owners will be forced to invest only for the private benefits. And the system then loses out by not realizing their benefits. So the approach that I want to take is really start from perspective B, in which case the main objective we would state as maximizing the benefits of DERs to the DER owners, to ratepayers, to the grid, to California's major goals, while addressing the ways that DERs challenge the existing system and devising appropriate changes. Now, this is not inconsistent with what I read as the original objective for this OIR, but again, I think not sufficient attention yet has been defining what those benefits could be and what those economic opportunities could be. So that's what I'll focus on a bit as the gap to be addressed. Just thinking about the perspective of the benefits of DERs in a high DER future, here's just a couple of elements that I would see of this future vision. One, of course, the most obvious that we've been talking about to some extent is DERs providing distribution grid services. And here I'd really like to emphasize the ability of aggregators to earn revenues by coordinating customer devices, say batteries and electric vehicles that are bidirectional, to flatten net load profiles on distribution circuits. I understand that the Massachusetts Commission has recently adopted something along these lines, where the high congestion areas of the distribution system are targeted for aggregators to create these kinds of aggregations to flatten load profiles and avoid infrastructure investment requirements. So this is a way to increase hosting capacity without upgrading the circuit. Another aspect of this future I would identify as the proliferation of front of meter community scale resources, supply resources like DG and storage hybrids, for example, planning supply at the community level, not just for individual homes and buildings. I think for the most part, the discussion today, but throughout the DER conversation, has viewed distributed resources as mainly being customer-owned on-site behind the meter. But as we move forward, and I've raised this in the SB 100 proceedings, as we move forward to really massive renewable energy goals, we're going to need to look at supply resources that can be distributed, that can be installed on the built environment, in which case we're seeing scales of like 5, 10, 15, 20 megawatt units being built on warehouses, schools, parking garages, shopping malls, et cetera. So what does the system look like when we have a lot of these front of meter resources that are not serving load where they're located, but are essentially injecting power as local supply? This sort of picks up on the Kirchhoff's law discussion that we had a little earlier today. And then from the system perspective, the ability to use DERs to flatten peak loads and firm up the belly of the duck, flatten the net load across the transmission distribution interfaces. Right now, the ISO, and for many years, has been struggling with a worsening duck curve, much of which is contributed from the distribution side. In the future, with high DERs, extreme peak loads should not be driving transmission investment, and that could be a massive savings for ratepayers. We should be able to manage at least the distribution side contribution locally, so that ISO level at the transmission distribution interfaces, those net load profiles start to look pretty flat. Both from the production side, the belly of the duck, as well as from the consumption side, the late, early evening, or late afternoon, early evening peak loads. And then final element of this high DER future, proliferation of microgrids, both single property and multi-property. It's my view that as climate conditions worsen, and I think they will for the next many years, community resilience is going to become more important, and we need to be able to find ways to accelerate the implementation of microgrids, not only viewing them as benefits for the loads or customers that they serve, but also ways that they can be operated as resources so that they're also providing grid support services. So what does this mean for our gap analysis? Then operational needs must link to the planning processes. So this is a linkage that I think has not been developed yet. As we think about DERs providing operational grid services, this becomes a central matter in two ways. One, unlocking DER potential benefits means giving DER owners the ability to monetize the benefits of the performance capabilities of their DERs. So that means defining what those grid services are. What are their performance requirements to provide the service? How are they going to be procured? How are they going to be measured? How are they going to be compensated? All of these things tied directly to or deriving from operational needs and operational benefits and reduction of infrastructure investment needs. And then once we have those services well defined and opportunities for DER to participate under open access interconnection rules, et cetera, then how do we integrate those DER services into operational planning and infrastructure planning? And this affects things like distribution system planning, IRP, resource adequacy considerations, as well as wholesale market energy requirements. So that as we start planning these longer term planning exercises, these DER services are actually quantified into planning scenarios to offset the need for building infrastructure, which will be a way that DER benefits actually flow through to ratepayer benefits in the form of lower infrastructure needs and reduced operational issues, for example, distribution outages that can be avoided with better management of DER aggregations and so on. So the gaps that I see, just to summarize, specifying distribution grid services that DERs can provide economically, all the details of what those services are and how they work, integrating the performance of DER services into grid operations, and then integrating the performance of DER services into distribution, transmission, resource planning, and IRP, and including resource adequacy. This integration of operational benefits of DERs into planning will yield the greatest benefits for ratepayers. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Appreciate your comments. In the interest of time, I think I'm gonna have us move to Samway and his comments from 350 Bay Area, and then we'll have a few minutes more for a Q&A before we move into our next break.
Great, thank you, Neha. Likewise, no slides necessary for my comments. It wasn't visual. Just a reminder, 350 Bay Area is a ratepayer advocate concerned with both the economic and environmental impacts of energy policy and planning, meaning we focus on advocating for state goals, including affordability. I want to say excellent presentations and discussion. The details are really important, but I want to be sure we don't get lost in the details, unable to see the forest for the trees. So I want to bring us back to the big picture, defining the problem we're trying to solve for perspective and understanding the gaps and barriers in terms of the needs, the role of the grid and the grid operator in relation to DER. In the first workshop, I addressed layered grid architecture as an approach to reducing the complexity and cost of grid infrastructure and operation. The primary barrier to efficiency and savings from layered architecture is properly conceptualizing the issues we're here to address and holding on to a centralized top-down delivery command and control model. As we're all aware, the future grid is composed of new types of loads and resources at every level of granularity. It has unprecedented flexibility and responsiveness. However, the response depends upon the signals received, both technological and economic, reflecting both data and opportunity. The primary gap or barrier that we see in operational needs is an overly narrow understanding, limited only to the physical operational capabilities of the grid while ignoring the other critical barriers, which are one, to inhibit the grid from accessing distributed resource capabilities, and two, that likewise inhibit DER from utilizing the grid to deliver the services they have to offer. That is, grid operation must include providing the economic signals in the form of both data, tariffs, and transactions to make efficient use of both resources and the wires that connect those resources. Operating the grid refers to a complete and complex system, not just the wires that connect its constituent parts. But operation doesn't just imply full centralized control, especially since the grid is actually composed of many smaller grids at each level of granularity. It's far easier and more resilient to allow each part of the grid to operate with a degree of autonomy within established and dynamic limits, and in response to local and regional conditions than it is to try to micromanage every wire and resource. We want to meet needs while restraining costs. This means capping costs at a price of the next most cost-effective alternative, but also offering as high a price as needed to elicit sufficient resource response, a classic demand and price curve in economics. So in terms of the gaps, utilization of DER as demand mitigation and flexibility, including virtual power plants. The first is information and programming instructions for localized DER coordination within and between each layer of the system. There's much attention to DSO visibility of DER, but equally important is information to the DER from the DSO. Establishing the operational bounds or limits, determining the degree of available operational flexibility, i.e. how much headroom is available on the grid, equipment or wires and transformers, as Amin referred to in the variable generation profiles. Plus, the ability of DER to offer resource and demand flexibility within that headroom to mitigate needs both within local and regional layers at each scale. For example, loads and local resources can be coordinated to offset the impacts of either one, even at the line section or secondary level. And there will be both a location and a time or condition-dependent value of operation. We need ability to signal DER for response, but the signal can include rates and tariffs, local conditions, price, or limits, not just dispatch or direct control. And we need ability to determine response at the appropriate level, layer, or granularity. Utilization of information for DER coordination supports efficient grid operation, grid investment deferral, efficient procurement of energy services. The barriers we have to this are that DER exist but aren't being used for good operation. We understand it's a huge resource, and potential negative impacts can be mitigated. But this requires making it easy for DER to participate. Our goal here on behalf of ratepayers is to utilize DER where doing so is the lower cost and greater value than alternatives. This means overcoming the following barriers we've mentioned. First, having DER deployed. Huge amounts are already happening, but it can be helpful to have more in the right places. Second, having access to DER so they're able to supply and deliver their services. Third, communicating when and where operation is desired for the grid and ratepayer benefit. And last but not least, providing a reason for the DER owner to allow their DER to be used for grid and ratepayer benefit. We've seen a lot of commonalities in this workshop, which is good. However, we've also seen a failure of both customers and utilities to engage the opportunities. And I can point to the Distribution Investment Deferral Program, the DDIF, as an example of a really good idea that died in implementation due to the barriers and the requirements for customer participation. RFOs are the antithesis of retail accessibility. We're all saying the right things, and clearly much development work has been done, but it's taken more than a decade to get here. Having the capabilities forecast to be in place over the next 4 years now is commendable, but we must make sure CPUC approved implemented use of these capabilities occurs in parallel. A working group, pilot, and CPUC proceeding process always means another 5 to 10 years. And we must make sure these investments offer good ratepayer value to actually lower costs. I could say a lot more about costs, but let's move on to discussion. Neha, Jay, back to you.
Great, thanks, Sam. So I'll invite folks to share any questions or comments they have on presentations from our advocates. After our break, we'll be moving into a general discussion. So we can broaden the conversation after our break, but any comments, questions for our advocate panel?
Tam Hunt, GPI. I do have a question for both Sam and Lorenzo, and this is kind of like in the spirit of Sam's comments, a big picture question to open discussion and certainly not arrive at any answers. But I've done some work and study on self-organizing systems in various contexts in biology and other contexts. And it seems to me, again, thinking very big picture here, that if a given system of interrelating components like a utility grid has adequate information flow in both directions, that a lot of lessons learned from self-organization in different contexts could be applied in the utility context. So maybe he's given that quick intro, Sam or Lorenzo, if you want to kind of give some comments on that paradigm. Do you see any merit in that approach?
Well, I'll jump in. I would say yes, but the unique characteristic that we need here is the fact that the electric distribution network is an essential element to enable this kind of self-organization to take place. So working out what are the rules for that system, how should it perform, and what are its framework for things like revenue adequacy and responsibilities for specific service provision and how those are enforced and all of that. That framework is sort of the, if you like, the common pool resource that all of the other participants need in order to have the kind of self-organization that characterizes these complex systems. So I think, that's why focusing on getting that network well-defined, getting the DSO well-defined is really an essential starting point.
And I agree. I think it's a good analogy. We have both the need for the self-organizing systems to be able to understand their environment, to receive the data, the signals, in order to know what to organize around. And we need the signals to be properly aligned because they will respond to whatever they're actually perceiving. So when we have an EV tariff rate that says at midnight your price drops and it's time to turn on, we'll suddenly see a huge load respond to that. So properly looking at both how DER respond as essentially semi-intelligent autonomous systems, how they respond at each level, at each grain, as we've looked at a layered approach, and making sure that we are understanding that response and providing the appropriate signals and adjusting those signals for that response is exactly what we should be doing.
Thank you. Yeah, and just one kind of final comment / question. I guess we could envision this spectrum from control to orchestration to facilitation to regeneration as kind of most top-down control to least. And I don't think we know, any of us, the correct approach here, but it seems like this certainly is in the growth of big data and ever cheaper data collection systems, more room here for going further down the spectrum toward less control and more self-organization. Any comments on that idea?
Well, I would also say that self-organizing systems are compatible with layered architecture. That if you think about, say, a human body works or a natural ecosystem, that at the lowest level, the cell kind of takes care of its own thing, but it's also part of, say, an organ, right? And then an organ in your body takes care of its own function, but it's also part of a bigger system. So layered architecture, I think, is an element of viewing the power system from bottom to top, all the way up to the Western interconnection and down to the individual customer in a layered form, I think is part of that kind of future you're describing.
Yes, and I would just reiterate that the self-organization happens in response to how signals are perceived. And if we're not sending the right incentive signals, the right pricing signals, the right competitive signals, we're not going to get the result we want. And so paying attention to what it is we are effectively telling the DER is the key importance.
Colin, I see you have your hand raised. Can I invite you to come off mute?
Thank you. This is Colin Smith from LEAP. And my question actually goes back to Samuel Golding at UCAN. We already had a Q&A session opportunity, but if he's still there, I was wondering if he could provide more details on the examples that he gave in New England and South Australia, I think it was, for places where the development of sort of like a unified data platform is underway. Thinking about what I believe it was Gabe said initially about the importance of looking at sort of like short-term actions that we can take to kind of get the ball rolling. Do you have any insights on sort of how the initiatives or how the processes to do that in those other places got started? Did they just begin with a docket that kind of like try to take the entire thing? Were there intermediary steps they put into place to kind of before they moved to like the bigger part of the project? Curious if you have any thoughts on based on your experience looking at those other areas, or just experience in general, and what sort of like short-term intermediary steps could be.
Well, in terms of the details of the specific examples, we've provided more details. About half of our presentation last month was profiling a real-world example for each a statewide platform, and then each of the market reforms as well that we were advocating for. So the DER register in Australia, that went live back in March of 2020. I'm unfamiliar with the development process or that led up to that, but all the database documentation and technical specifications are posted online. And there's links to the prior slides and citations and recording on the Gridworks Future Grid website. The New England Regional Data Hub, that evolved out of legislative mandate in New Hampshire to create a statewide platform, data platform, for all retail electricity and natural gas data in that state. And so there's 4 utilities there. And so that legislative mandate was then kind of overseen by the Public Utilities Commission through proceeding, and the State Energy Office, the Department of Energy, has a strong role in that as well. It created a governance council of 12 stakeholders. And so there was there were representatives from kind of ratepayer advocates, community choice aggregators, municipalities, academia, DER aggregators, kind of data specialist companies that support DER aggregators, as well as the utilities. And they worked for about 2 years on designing how this would develop and kind of how to issue a joint solicitation for specialists to come in and create the platform. They're still at the edge of that phase, is my understanding. It rapidly expanded as a proposal to deploy this data hub across multiple states in New England in response to a Department of Energy GRIPS grant funding opportunity. And I mean, over the span of a month, utilities in Massachusetts and Connecticut signed on to become involved and deploy this across the region. It's kind of, and there's been a lot of interest from other states in New England as well, and kind of the industry in general. It seems like everyone recognizes that this is an idea whose time has come, and that it kind of bridges a pretty big divide.
Thanks for that. In the interest of time, I'm going to move us into our next break. We do have some additional comments in the chat. I invite you to read those and respond to those as you can. But we will be back here, I believe, at 4:05. Yes, at 4:05. So thanks all for sticking with us, and we'll see you in 13 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. It is 4:05. We are entering the home stretch of our workshop today. Much appreciation to the 82 people who have stuck with us this far. So we are going to enter into our final discussion portion of the day. I am going to throw some discussion questions in the chat. And I will share them out loud as well, and they're up on the slides. Wondering, are there elements of the IOU's proposed upgrades to distribution IT systems that would support the operational needs identified by advocates? I put a few examples here, but certainly these are not exhaustive. Are there any specific functional requirements that need to be included in the IOU's proposed upgrades to distribution IT systems? And as we've been asking all workshop long, what other gaps are there that need to be addressed? So while y'all noodle on those questions, I'd actually like to invite our advocates in particular, but really anyone in the room, to comment on this first question. If there are elements of the IOU's planned upgrades to distribution IT systems that would support the operational needs that have been identified. And Serena, could I ask you to jump back in our slide deck to the utility presentation? We're looking at, I think, slide 22 in this whole deck.
Actually, I think Neha, I have a better if we go to slide, so each of the three utilities presented a table. They're on slide 10, slide 15, and slide 20. I think if we could jump to one of those, there's two rows in there that I think hone in on this first question. After hearing all the discussion today, and this sorry, that's 2020, this is 22, this is what the IOUs identified as gaps. And I guess the question to the broader group is, when you look at,
sorry, what number are we going to here? I think our numbering is off.
Different. If you go back to that slide you had, actually.
Okay.
I understood when this slide was presented, the items in bold were identified by IOUs as gaps. Right, so I would put also broadly to the group, given the discussion we heard, if you look at the boxes under grid, DER optimization, or sorry, the rows, DER scheduling and dispatching tools, and grid infrastructure orchestration. I think the question is, given the IOU's roadmap, are there gaps in what they're planning in these areas, based on what people see or other operational needs? I think they're projecting a certain level of functionality in each of these areas over the next 5 years or so. That was outlined in the discussion. I think there's this is, to me, where in this grid orchestration model, kind of the bringing together the market-based function to engage customer resources, like it's these three rows really where the functional needs are, and I guess to identify where the gaps are with what the current plans are. So
Jay, their policy development, the bold is for policy development, not technical development.
No, I agree with that. And I think what is a common theme here is I hear lots of folks saying that's where the current needs are, that the future additional technical development will follow further fleshing out where these boxes are. That was, I think a point that the IOUs made clearly, but I at least my own interpretation of what I heard from many of the advocates, the development of distribution level markets is not sufficiently ripe yet. It needs further discussion. So I think that was a takeaway. And I think those discussions fall in these different categories. So anyway, that's my observation after seeing these presentations, listening to a lot of the discussion, and trying to pinpoint where further work needs to be done and where the gaps are. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Jay. Just real briefly, I think there's the the interaction between the technical and the policy. We need the technical systems in place in order to enable policy options. Now, obviously, if you have a particular type of policy option that requires a particular type of communication or system in there, then that would drive the technical aspect of it. But to a large extent, policy options simply require a functionality or a degree of functionality, and a number of different technical potentials can enable that. But I think we are really looking at the interaction of the two, and one of the areas we've been emphasizing is recognizing what degree of technical capability you need in order to support what degree of policy option. It doesn't have to be everything you want to begin with, or gold-plated. But if we can get 80% of the policy opportunity with technical options which are currently available or already scheduled to be in place, and we can go ahead with that while looking at further refinements as they make sense on a cost basis in the future. And
let me maybe pass this question to the IOUs, but and I know this is a lot of material for everyone to digest ahead of this, but if I look at the three, each IOU has presented their version of where they stand in development in these areas. And I think probably the exercise is to look company by company where they stand and what additional technical capabilities are needed to support the additional market opportunities. I think, if you look, each IOU had a presentation laying out the different functions that they plan to develop over time here. I think that's part of the additional exercise here. So we have a handful of comments, questions here. So I didn't see who had their hand up first.
I think thankfully we're getting these in order. Alicia.
Thanks, Alicia Vinoy from Connect. I think one of the things that stood out for me, I understand this is coming from a place I previously worked at a utility, so I know that there are a lot of challenges when it comes to grid modernization, just on the operational and planning side of things. And I really respect the massive amount of work that goes into all of these things. However, when I look at this table and I think about the presentations earlier, these grid modernization capabilities that are being reflected here are really, to me, like one-sided. Like, it's not showing, a robust marketplace for third parties and enabling customer choice of participating in different programs, whether they are utility-backed or third-party programs. And I don't think that any of these elements particularly address the need for data sharing to the level that has been discussed throughout this workshop. And I would also say that these things don't address the existing challenges experienced by customers for authorizing the sharing of their data as it stands today, or however this is envisioned for the future. So I'd just say that there's definitely some more work that needs to be done in thinking about that. But I also understand that a lot of that is on the policy side as well as the technical side. So I just wanted to note that.
Thanks, Alicia. We'll move on to Brad.
Hey, Brad Hebner-Kelsa. I actually think it's less a question of what's missing, what the gaps are, and more the prioritization. This is a pretty comprehensive list. This is a bold vision. This is a lot of work. To think that all this can be done within 4 or 5 years is very aggressive, and I applaud that. But what's needed is more bit by bit. And SC had a slide on staging it, maybe others did too, but it's still pretty general in my view. And there are dozens of specific proposals on this page alone, like what would come into an actual program or a functional relationship. We need to get way more specific. And so it's true that the policy interacts with the technical. What I'd like to see are, what are the 5 nearest term programs or actions or relationships, activities that the utilities would like to roll out. And then we can look at the technical requirements for each of those. I worry we stay too general and it'd just be, it's high level and long term. And it continues to be high level and long term until you make a real proposal for program wise.
Thanks for those comments, Brad. Claire?
So I would very much like to second and appreciate what Alicia said about the central importance of data access. And I also was very impressed with the documentation by UCAN on the many years of struggle to get accurate and accessible data from the utilities. So our organization is concerned with the urgency of the climate crisis, but we're also concerned with the time-sensitive risk of unmanaged electrification in terms of the impact on ratepayer costs. So I would answer your first question by saying, since data is so central to this, we don't really have the time to continue the experiment of whether the utilities can produce the necessary data access. And I would like to strongly endorse the UCAN suggestion that it's time to embark on the kind of standardized statewide data that will really facilitate what we're trying to do. And of course, I'd also like to second Brad's comment that thinking about near-term actions and thinking about concrete approaches which can help us recognize the full potential of DERs is also something I hope the PUC is thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Sam?
Thank you. I was just going to ask in this list, one thing I'm not seeing, and wondering if it's there elsewhere, is billing and compensation systems. Updates to those, are those included anywhere? Or are the capabilities already sufficient? Because historically, that's been a major barrier. We have smart EV chargers, smart thermostats, all sorts of DER which can respond. If we have a policy which allows or sets the necessary incentives for customers to do it, we still need the billing backend in order to track and respond to that.
Thanks, Sam. And I think I'll bundle that utility question with another that's come up in the chat. There's a phrase on here on this slide that cost of operation is listed as a policy issue for DER visibility. The question is, can the IOUs explain cost of operation? So if we have any of our utility folks that are able to respond to Sam and Gabe's question in the chat. So again, Sam's question is regarding billing systems, and then Gabe's question in the chat is regarding the phrase cost of operation under DER visibility on this slide, the first row. And feel free to put those responses in the chat if that's easier. Does not need to be a verbal response. Let's see, seeing some other comments in the chat. Just agreement that, yeah, addressing our challenges here, it's a combination of policy and technical capabilities. Jay, I'm going to turn things back to you. You had some orchestration questions that I think are a nice follow on from the discussion that we had going earlier today. Do you want to tee any of that up?
I did. I guess before we go, I think we want to invite any further comment on what people see the gaps are, or I guess put in writing as we move forward, based on at least what has been presented here by the IOUs. Richard and Ari, yeah.
It's Richard. Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah, I just want to say that I guess I've been hearing a little bit, just thinking again about load management, which is something we've been doing a lot on. And I think this has been reflected in some comments today, that perhaps on the load side or the DER operator side, there's perhaps a lack of visibility as to what, or understanding as to what the IOUs need in order to perhaps fully trust what's happening on the load side, and perhaps on the IOU side, there's perhaps not enough sort of clarity as to what they need. So it's it seems like there's a bit of a bit of a lack of meeting of the minds as to what the loads need to do to meet what the utilities need, say for flexible interconnection, and perhaps what the loads need to do to show what they have and what the standards are that the utilities need. Sorry, I didn't express that very well, but I think it was SDG&E that proposed a regulatory framework around DER orchestration. It doesn't seem like the worst idea in the world. It's not something that we've thought through in detail, but just getting, I guess, transparency as to what's happening, or what the facilities are on the DER side, and what the IOUs need to fully trust that those facilities are going to curtail, for example, load at the times that are necessary. Seems like it might be a decent idea.
Sorry, Rich, how did you want to, did you frame that specifically to one of the IOUs? And we have a comment here discussing the utility billing and payment systems.
I don't have a comment on utility billing and payment systems. I guess I think I like the idea of perhaps getting having a framework or a system that provides for greater transparency as to what the IOUs need and what the DER operators have available to them.
Richard, are you speaking in terms of like data information?
It's partly information, yes. Also the setting of standards is part of it. And I know UL 3141 is just is new. It assists in flexible interconnection. Yeah, so.
Correct me if I'm not capturing your thoughts correctly, but I'm hearing is that from the presentations today, there seems to be maybe a lack of detail on what exactly the utilities need versus what exactly the DER operators need from each other.
Right.
Okay, so you're looking for some more specificity.
Right, and it could be a framework around. I've been thinking a lot about the flexible interconnection question, and it could be a framework around, what is it the IOUs need to see happening on the DER side, and what clarity around how the DERs provide information around what capabilities they have for curtailing load, for example.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a part of that bigger data gap question of not only how can we make sure that we're sharing the data, but what exactly is the data that needs to be shared both ways.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I might be
paraphrasing, data, but also standards, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ari.
Hi, thanks, Neha. I just wanted to fill in, just speaking on behalf of the IOUs. So I can't give detailed answers on some of these questions, but I know Gabe and a few others asked about cost of operations. So our best guess is we don't have our SME on the line anymore, but this would be essentially what it costs to operate that DER, how much the IOUs and therefore ratepayers need to spend to support that versus the value, the benefit of that DER. But we can provide a little bit more. And Gabe, I know you asked that question, so we can certainly follow up with you, and our SMEs can provide more insights. I did want to also respond to something Samuel raised in his UCAN presentation, drawing on some of the Kavala observations from EIS Part 1 on our data quality. And I know Claire raised concerns about that as evidence that the IOUs are not providing that data. So that was based, Kavala's EIS was really based on a data request from 2022, and we worked tirelessly to improve our data. I'm not going to say that our data is perfect. We're still working on it. I'm speaking for SCE here, but I know that we still have things to fix and improvements to make. But the Kavala data painted a picture that was not particularly flattering, but Kavala itself said in the EIS Part 1 that it didn't stop them from drawing any conclusions. And these weren't critical errors in terms of determining what was needed and moving forward. So even Kavala, while pointing out what sounded like very significant data gaps, said, ultimately we can still piece it together. So I just want to emphasize that those numbers, I think, looked worse on the screen than they actually were, and certainly than they are today in 2024, 2 years after Kavala sought that data from us. I also wanted to mention, I know there's been a few people who've mentioned the benefits of a statewide platform, whether it's because IOUs can't do it or they haven't done it fast enough, or just because it would be a better approach. The IOUs kind of view that as a solution. So we look forward to speaking about that more in the third and final workshop. We don't really view that as a need or a capability or a gap. So we look forward to talking about that. We do believe that we are setting up the platforms that will provide the needed capabilities, and doing it on a statewide basis would be a little bit duplicative, maybe inefficient. So again, I've heard a few people mention that today, and I think we'll be willing to engage a little bit more on that when we get into the solutions in the next workshop. So I know there are many other questions that have been raised, and these are the ones that I've been able to respond to. But again, thanks for all of these questions to the IOUs. And this has been great for us to think more about what stakeholders view as what's necessary and what's missing. And we definitely look forward to speaking more at the solutions workshop in about a month. So thank you.
Thanks, Ari. I'm just going to go in order here. Francis.
So I just wanted to maybe pick up on what Richard was asking about, which is that in the SIOWG, we have addressed the whole issue of import limits and flexibility. We're calling them firm and non-firm import limits, so that those would then be standards. The firms would be part of the service agreement, and the non-firm would be what the DSO felt was feasible at any particular point in time, depending upon what granularity they can provide. And I'm wondering whether it's that kind of thing, and this would be supported by UL 3141. That's the plans along with the scheduling. Is this what you were thinking about? Because if so, I think you should read the SIOWG report to see if that is more or less what you were looking for on the import, because it's identical on the export level.
Thanks, Francis. And Richard, if you have follow-up questions or comments to Francis, feel free to raise your hand or even just chat about it in the chat. Brad.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about the UL 3141 standard and the use of that, and I thought it might be useful to give an update on changes that are coming from that standard. it has been published with just sort of rolling over what used to be in the CRD for 1741. That we had a power control system standard that was created as an attachment to the main inverter standard, and it was just rolled into a standalone PCS standard, 3141. That's what it is. But there are some improvements that are scheduled to be made for some of the things that we're talking about today. 3 different things that are in the works. First is a dynamic PCS that can look at multiple generators interacting with each other and controlling them dynamically according to needs. And that might be finished within days or a couple of weeks or something like that. It's very close. The second one is import limiting at the PCC, the PCS for load, as we were just talking about, allowing dynamic load controls and certified functionality for that. And I think within a couple of months, that is going to be finalized. And then after that will come the scheduling, which is going to enable the limited generation profiles, similar to what Amin was talking about earlier on the generation side. He was talking about both generation and load. So the load will come first and then the generation. All those are coming. For the first one, the policy is already in place, the dynamic PCS, or at least some policies are in place. So it should be easy to roll that out. For the second one, power controls for load, I think that there's a lot that needs to be done on both the utility technical side and on the policy side. As Francis mentioned, it's been teed up very well with the SIOWG report, but there still needs to be very strong process for creating a ruling to actually roll out a tariff that makes that possible, or tariff changes. So that's a big need, and as that happens, we'll need the utility capabilities to be ready once that's done. So I think that is a very high priority. And then scheduling, it's not clear to me on the utility side if they're really ready to go with that as soon as it's ready on the DER technical side. So that's another one that should be on the list.
Thanks, Brad. Again, just going in order here, Sam.
Thanks. Just following up on RA's response to the question Gabe and I had about cost of operation. And I'm still very unclear as to why DER operational cost is a DSO or IOU concern. That's a matter for the provider. The DSO needs to know the cost of alternatives in order to establish a price cap to ensure a ratepayer value. But they don't need to know what the cost is to the provider. Now, we want to seek the lowest price possible, but you do that through sort of market rate, supply demand incentive. So I realize it wasn't the point that RA had brought up to begin with, but if the utilities can follow up with a response to that now or in the future, that'd be great. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Sam. Roger.
Yes, thanks. And this is following up on Sam's comments as well, and in response to the SEE's comments about cost of operation. And this is just the comment on just the framing of this proceeding as we move forward, in that the SEE's definition of cost of operation just echoed a lot of trying to figure out if there's a cost shift. And if we start this proceeding, well, if we move forward with this proceeding with the assumption that any DER can create a cost shift, then we're moving away from the true scope of this proceeding, which is how do we set the table for a high DER future? If there is a cost shift, which our organization disputes, and I think several stakeholders here also do, then that question should be for those specific proceedings to decide. But in this proceeding, which again is to set the table for a high DER future, again, to the framing, if we're just starting with this point of like, oh, there's going to be a cost shift with any DER, then we're immediately starting with the 2 steps forward, 1 steps back. So just wanted to make that point and hope it can be addressed as the proceeding moves forward and stick within the scope of the proceeding.
Thanks for your comments, Roger. Lorenzo.
Thank you. Just to reiterate something that I raised in my comments, but I feel like I want really people to think about a missing element in this entire conversation is DERs as a supply resource. I think we're still talking as if DERs are located behind the meter and all they're doing is shifting demand or managing demand charges or whatever. And it's all about load flexibility and load management. But I listened to a CEC presentation in the SB 100 land use workshop back in January, and they're projecting we need 183 gigawatts of renewable energy supply by 2045 to meet SB 100. As of 2022, there were 35 gigawatts. So it's 35 gigawatts in 22, up to 73 by 2030, up to 183 by 2045, a massive amount of which is solar. And if we are just saying this is all going to be utility scale connected to the transmission system, and DERs are just behind the meter providing load management, we're missing all of the possibilities of building out DERs locally, close to load, on the built environment, avoiding land use issues, and seeing that as a major potential source of supply, the technical potential of which is huge. So somehow I think we need an orientation in this conversation that says what's needed if we have 40 more gigawatts of solar and maybe solar plus battery that's in the 2 to 15 megawatt size all over warehouses and schools and shopping malls all over California. What do we need to operate that kind of system? To me, that consideration is absent, and I find it disturbing that we're going to technical requirements before we're talking about what do we want the DERs to do? What performance do we want from them? What are the ways that they can benefit? And how do we define that performance in a way that translates into opportunities, investment incentives, private ownership, et cetera, that's meeting the major goals of California? So I guess I'm just asking for how can we expand this conversation to take into account what I think is being left out?
Yeah, I think I think when I looked at some of well, Gabe had a response, but I think maybe get some feedback from the IOUs as well, because I saw in some of their plans, they did have items in here about scheduling dispatching DERs over a certain size. But Lorenzo's points are well taken. I think to the extent we can get more feedback on front of the meter resources, that would be helpful here. But Gabe, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just to remind, I guess, everyone about the format of this workshop series. We had a first workshop in February about what are the operational needs, and then today we continued some of that discussion with a little bit of sense of what are the priorities among those needs. And today we focused on gaps to be able to implement those needs. And then in the final workshop, we're going to be focusing on solutions to enable those operational needs. So if you have more operational needs, you need to put those in writing and send them to Gridworks. But there's been no lack of request for that information. And so, we're working with what we got from people's responses. So I think, if you want more operational needs identified, then, put the pen to paper and send them in. But let's try to have a balance in our workshops to the stated purpose of the workshop. Today's about gaps, and some of the comments are going off on, new directions. So I would encourage people to express their comments today about gaps to enable these capabilities. and then in the final workshop, solutions to enable them. And if you missed some of your operational needs, I don't know, Gridworks, how do we get those into the mix?
I think that's something, well, I think, looking at Neha as well, I think in between workshops, we have received and done our best to incorporate written comments in a variety of different manners. I think if we were to receive more feedback on operational needs, Gabe, I think probably we'll have to set a timeline for when we receive it and look at that so that we could use that, plan the final workshop as well. But in general, we've been getting feedback as we go along in between these. So I think we're generally supportive of receiving and working with what people have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more realistic that we stick to the plan that we set out than try to deviate from the plan and delay the results.
Sorry, we have a comment from Sam. You wanted to weigh in.
Yes, just following up on that. No, your point's well taken, Gabe. The way I understood Lorenzo's question, can be translated to this is really, are there different operational needs that we're missing between behind the meter, so like customer demand mitigation versus front of the meter resources within the distribution system? Because both of these exist within the distribution system. And it may be that the operational needs for the system and managing those cover both, but it would be good for us to ask the question and pay attention to, are there differences or where there are differences between what customer sided versus front of the meter resources are. Then there's separately the question of simply scale, because as you said, we'll need a lot of everything going forward. Thanks.
Maybe another way to ask that question, and I'll look to you all to let me know if this is correct or not, but if we were to look back at our laundry list of operational needs that were identified in workshop 1, is it possible that the way to address that operational need for a behind the meter DER versus an in front of the meter DER, that's where the difference arises, not necessarily in the operational need being different, but the way that it's addressed depending on the particular DER being considered.
Yes, now just add that may be the real dividing line between sort of dispatch and control versus incentive and stimulation or data. The technology to do both may already be there, but the response and the relationship to the IOU would be quite different. Thanks.
See, I see a comment here in the chat that the SIOWG report also includes front of the meter DERs as well as behind the meter.
Yeah, and just to comment on that, indeed, in fact, I believe the expectation is that it will be the larger systems, many of them front of the meter systems, that will benefit from these export and import limits, large charging stations, truck charging stations, etc.
So I had two comments. I just wanted to reflect back to two different commenters. First, I'd like to just get back to the cost of operation question that Ari addressed. Ari, if I understood your response to what do you mean by cost of operation as a policy issue for DER visibility, I thought I heard maybe you say that you want the commission to tell you how much you should spend on the cost of operations so that you know whether to spend it or not. And I would come back and say, actually, I think we need the utilities to identify cost savings that they can accomplish through DER visibility that justify the investment. And I think that's something that I think you are capable of doing, and, you know, together with all the stakeholders here. So I would encourage maybe flipping that question on its head, because I think that utilities have the insight to be able to identify real cost savings that could be accomplished through DER visibility that would simply, you know, point a path to implementation. So I mean, I feel like it's a little bit back at you on that one, but in a friendly way, I hope. And then Brad, I appreciate your comment about acknowledging that you see a lot of richness in all these DR capabilities or grid modernization capabilities. And I agree with you. I'm glad you see that as a pretty ambitious agenda. And then your comment was, it would help, I think, if you said to have, what are the top 5 needs, so that we can prioritize and focus, and that will drive the development of some of these capabilities. I don't know if that's fair characterization of how you put it, but that's kind of what I thought I heard. I think you could perhaps frame that as a gap. You know, with all of this large, rich agenda that we have, it's hard to see, you know, which things need to be done in which order and how soon. And so maybe a gap, if you want to articulate it, is identifying what are the operational priorities to drive development of the capabilities. I'm kind of just, you know, brainstorming a little bit based on your comment to see if you think that's a way to frame it as a gap.
Yeah, I can go with that. That works fine. And it gets to a concrete outcome. The laundry list approach is an interesting exercise, but it's you know, it lacks in near-term objectives. So that's the lack is the gap, and I agree. I hear a lot about the flexible load tariff today from a lot of different speakers, and that might be right near the top of the list.
All right, let's see if I've stirred the pot with Edison. Ari?
Hi, Gabe. Thanks. No, not at all. I wanted to clarify that this slide that's still up on screen is something that actually SE compiled, but it's based on workshop number 1. And we just went and looked back and found that cost of operation, this is going to be a hot potato, actually was listed in a PAO slide. So I don't know if Amin recalls this, but so we are not advocating for cost of operation to be as a gap. We've just compiled all the gaps we saw. I'm sorry, all the capabilities we saw listed. And I'm sorry if we misconstrued this as being put forward as a capability back in workshop number 1. But I wanted to clarify, sorry, it's bounced around a little bit, but this was not either an SCE or an IOU concept. And so we tried to define it, but we clearly goofed up. But I don't know if Amin, I see Amin's still online. I don't know if Amin's able to help clarify that. We saw it on a slide. And again, we were just trying to compile all. So a lot of these things weren't things that the IOUs generated. These concepts aren't just IOU concepts. We were trying to really compile everything and then respond to that in the slides. So sorry about the confusion on that and the fact that we can't truly define that. But Gabe, you gave us a good suggestion, regardless of whatever cost of operation means. You've given us a good suggestion that you know, we try to identify where the cost savings are, and that we might have the ability to do that. So thank you for that challenge, and we'll take that back and think more about that for workshop number 3.
I can quickly address where that came from. That was kind of inspired by how the CAISO does merit order dispatch based on the marginal cost of operation. So if an aggregator is deciding which DERs to operate, or if the DSO is deciding which DERs to operate, the principle is they should be operating ones with the lowest cost of operation, considering the cost of cycling a battery and the opportunity cost to the consumer of having their AC on in hour A versus hour B, or their heat pump on in hour A versus hour B. And they should be considering that, and therefore they would need data on essentially what the cost to the consumer of operating their DERs are.
Thanks for that. I mean, Woon, I saw you had your hand raised up, but it disappeared.
Yeah, I just want to add into the admin that the high societal cost of operation, the mainly for starting costs, and then the minimum cost that the mostly not gonna be DER characteristic. So for that perspective, DER side, I don't think there's almost none of the cost of operation to me.
Well, I agree. It's certainly different. You don't have like a natural gas plant with a marginal cost of operation that includes fuel costs, but it still costs a homeowner money to cycle their home battery. It shouldn't be treated as a zero cost because it cycles the battery. It costs some number of dollars in basically, depreciation. And the same thing with an EV battery. So there is some, and there is some cost to all the other choices. If the DSO has a choice between, or the aggregator has a choice between turning off someone's heat pump, that causes a cost, versus exporting energy from an EV that cycles the EV battery. The former, is the cost of the discomfort of turning off someone's heat, which might depend on how the temperature outside. But in any case, ours was framed. The slide this came from was framed around a societally optimal outcome, and that from that perspective, that requires considering these costs, even if they're not dollar costs, and even if a lot of them are hard to quantify and ultimately may never be quantified. In principle, we should quantify them to the best of our ability.
I mean, yeah, that I understand, but to me, that's more like a cost of a capital, like a depreciation. Whereas cost of operation is more like, the fuel cost, and then startup cost. Those kind of things is to me is a cost of operation. So, but I understand your point too. There's some cost involving too.
Thanks for that back and forth. We are coming up close to time, so I'm going to say that Sam and Alex are our last comments, and then we're going to close things out for the day. So Sam, go ahead.
Thank you. Just following up on that same comment, and thank you, Woon, for that. 350 strongly supports consideration of societal cost. So in that sense, the cost of emission or other factors like that would be a very relevant aspect. But otherwise, I think we would still hold that from the DSO response, what is relevant is really the provider determines whether it's cost effective for them to what price they offer or what market signal they'll respond to, reflecting their own cost of operation. The DSO doesn't need to. Other than societal cost component, they don't need to consider what the provider's cost is, only what market responsive price is necessary, and the value for rate.
Just that. Yeah, I would just strongly echo Sam's point. I don't need to say much more, but again, it's not. We don't like as this industry. The utility parties, the CPUC, all of the stakeholders here, we do not own these assets, and so the marginal cost of operation is not the relevant. What's relevant is how much somebody will sell those services to us for.
All right. Thank you, Alex, for closing us out. I'm gonna close this out officially. Serena, can we jump to our, great, thank you. So just as we did with workshop 1, Gridworks will be developing a summary of the presentations, comments, and discussion that we had today. And that summary will be posted to Gridworks Future Grid Study Initiatives page, as well as distributed to the various service lists that have been invited to these workshops prior to workshop 3. In addition, a recording of today's workshop will be posted to that same webpage, as are all of the slide presentations that were given today. Teeing that up, please join us for workshop number 3 in April. The date and time have not yet been settled, but please look out for that invitation. As I mentioned at the beginning of today's workshop, and as Gabe reminded us just a few minutes ago, our cadence was operational needs in workshop 1, gaps today, and workshop 3, we are really going to be focused on what are the potential solutions to get us to fulfilling those gaps and needs. Finally, the last thing I will ask is if you can go to slido.com, and the 7-digit code is there on the top right corner of the screen, and fill out a short 1-question feedback survey. That will help myself and my colleagues at Gridworks know how we did today and how we can do better in the future. With that, I will let you all go. If you have any last comments or questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. The room will be open for another few minutes. Thank you all for your participation today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thanks, Gridworks. Really good discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.